of this energy that we are currently experiencing. Thank you so much, Haley, for the compliment. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Catherine, thank you for the compliment as well. Welcome, Haley. Good to see you today. Hi there, Danny. Hi there, Guidance. Hope you're doing great today. And Jazz as well. My friends, transmuting, feeling good. That's actually I like Emily. That's like the best thing to be doing with this energy right now. Keep on doing that. Keep it up. You're doing a good job. Today feels like a new beginning. Very happy to hear that. And the thing about it is, all right, I think one of the things that's making things a little bit, if you're like a little bit easier right now, because we kind of been talking about this, is Neptune is transiting, is completing its transition into Aries. And the thing about it is, and I was kind of describing this, like what we've been seeing in the skies over the last few days. There's been like a traffic jam. That's like the best way I can describe it. This little cluster, this little like knot of planets that are all packed in together. And we basically got, we've got Neptune, Mercury, Venus, and they've all just been in very, very close proximity now. And the reason that this is feeling somewhat emotional is because Neptune, and we talked about this yesterday. Neptune is like the energy of the emotions, especially like I like to describe Neptune as emotional history, right? Like you think about the ocean and you think about all of the things that the ocean contains. And so often when we're doing work in relationality to Neptune, and we talked a lot about this, it has to do with recognizing how memory changes over time. And one of the things we talk about is, and this has been coming up a lot in the readings, even for the personal readings, is, working through the difference between trauma and nostalgia. Now, often what happens is when we experience trauma, there is a need or an aspect of healing that almost requires us to disassociate from it. And this is an important message because, we talk a lot about the healing journey in the context of understanding and recognizing that everything that we feel, everything that we're able to achieve within ourselves is a gift, so long as we do it in a timely manner. So much as we do it in a moment that it feels like it is restorational for us, in a moment that feels like it's nourishing for us, versus those moments that feel like we start holding on to things that don't feel like they energetically serve us. And so I feel like this is a period right now where there's a lot of like transformation. There's a lot of, someone just said in the chat, the word transmuting comes into play, because when we're carrying something that's energetically heavy and hard to hold, when we start holding on to it too tightly, it becomes grief. It becomes bitterness. It feels like the anchor that weighs us down, right? It doesn't feel like it's moving us forward. It feels like it's pulling us backwards. But when we find that space within ourselves to transmute something, to and this is what's important about like the act of transmutation. It's not the space where, we hold on to something and we say that it doesn't have value, right? We don't disassociate from it. Um, we we allow our own understanding of what we hold to change, to evolve, to become to become a source of insight in the self, right? And what's beautiful about that is it doesn't require us. And this is what's beautiful, I think, so much is coming through right now with the lessons of Neptune and Saturn, right? Neptune and Saturn in combination don't say to us, you just need to let go of things, right? Neptune and Saturn say to us, you need to contextualize, you need to shift, you need to move the way that you're carrying something, so that it doesn't feel like it's holding you back, but it feels like it allows oneself to propel oneself forward. And that is like, that's painful work, right? That moves us out of the space of disillusionment, right? That doesn't require us to have to like live in a la la land and what we hope to be occurring, but building into, and this is how a lot of those lessons that we experience and recognize during the Leo full moon cycle are helping us, even as we go through like a bit of this rough patch that we're having with the dual force of the Mercury retrograde in combination with the Venus retrograde, right? The ability to understand that the things that we hold, sometimes the things that we hold hurt us because they care about, like we care about them, right? The things that we carry within us, they're energetically sacred because we have a lot of feelings towards them. But there's a lot of that work that I see that is happening right now, and I keep on hearing the word honoring the feelings, right? We can honor the feelings without holding on too tightly to the feelings, right? Often honoring the feelings feels like that moment that we, like we talk about again, surrender, understanding that surrender isn't giving up, it's letting go, right? Allowing something, allowing the present to fortify us in relationality to what it is that we build towards. And that's important, right? Because this is what we talk about in terms of holding things gently, right? Like if we enter circumstances or situations and they're less than ideal, you can perseverate in those points. You can fall to the ground weeping. You can shake your fists, right? Doesn't do anything. But when we have those moments that we allow ourselves to work through those feelings, when we allow ourselves to honor the things that we feel and understand and recognize why they are important to us, that's that moment that it helps us see, right? And we talk a lot about the fact that surrendering isn't giving up. It's asking the universe to help us see. Often in that moment, that clarity, right? That force of intention, that sometimes brings that point of an understanding of something that you couldn't see before, a path that opens to the self, right? But it requires, right? It's like requiring a lot of that. I keep on hearing like that that energetic softening point in and that is often brought forth with compassion, which is again bringing us back to a lot of that Leo full moon energy that we had in the last cycle. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where we find ourselves on the frequency cycles. I'm going to say the most like and I'm going to tell you these are all chariot lessons right now. These are all chariot lessons, right? Because again, you have to think a bit about when you are like moving something forward, right? You don't pull on like the reins, you like hold them gently, right? It's a lot of that same letting go process. But a lot of that work that we see that's happening right now, particularly for a lot of the energy and separation, it's amplifying and articulating. And this is why I keep on seeing there may be a lot of grief or frustration that is being kind of expressed right now, even for energy coming into new energetic connections, right? Because the lessons that we often see wrapped around Neptune have to be in the realm of understanding that, like, not to confuse depth, right? The depth of the ocean with direction, right? Those are two different things. depth depth goes one way, direction goes the other. And what's beautiful about the fact that a lot of that lesson is coming through right now with the combination of Neptune moving out of Pisces into Aries, and at the same time experiencing Jupiter in Gemini. Jupiter, like the messages of Neptune that are coming through right now is if there's situations or circumstances where someone feels like there's a struggle point between something that has depth versus something that has direction, Neptune's here to say, like, baby, you can have both. It's not an either or situation, right? Like there's that's an integration, that's an integrated relationship, right? An integrated relationship is one that is a combination of depth and direction. And that recognition point, right, looking for those aspects and trying to see if they are there, this is what is propelling a lot of new connections forward right now. But it may also be the closure point on some others. So I keep on seeing, and for some energy right now, I'm seeing like chapters closing under circumstances and situations under this nature. Some energy, some new energetic connections opening by articulating circumstances and scenarios in the past where there wasn't that clarity. And for some energy in separation, potentially experiencing both at once, right? Because these are all the messages that we get when Neptune's on the move, right? You can you can drop anchor in the ocean, but you can also move a ship across it, right? It doesn't, it's not an either or, right? It's allowing for the expansion of the integrated relationship. Um, and that's why we keep on seeing, and I have to stress this right now, for some energy, identifying and recognizing those separation points, potentially someone trying to come back to fix something but not being able to give direction to what they want to fix, just talking about the intensity of how they feel. This is what we sometimes recognize when that feeling, like our emotions, when they don't have directionality, they feel like they bring us down, right? That's what we talk about when we say we feel like we're drowning in the emotions, because the emotions without direction, they just feel like they pull us into something that feels like it's more energetically confusing, but it doesn't feel like it's moving towards our manifestation goals. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, well, for new energetic connections, and I need to point this out, that are coming into union right now, and this is very intriguing because the energy we saw coming into union last cycle was all warrior partnerships. I kept on describing it as like wonder twin energy. They like found each other quickly, they recognized each other, they joined forces, and they just immediately like propelled into divine union. That's not happening right now. That's not happening. Because these are energies they're working towards their chariot partnerships. And so what we're effectively seeing there is there's a lot more trepidation, there's a lot more preparation, there's a lot more putting the pieces together. You have to think about how a chariot moves, the force of intention, that sometimes when we start moving something, like it feels a little it feels a little bumpy when we first start to bring something into into existence, right? It's a lot of that, like, pardon our appearance type of energy. Again, we've got a Venus in retrograde cycle occurring at the same time as the Mercury retrograde while a lot of these partnerships are forming. So again, not being triggered as it relates to things that feel like they're energetically clumsy, because what effectively is happening right now, and I have to stress this, some of these connections are healing from circumstances or situations where it wasn't due to a lack of depth. It wasn't due to a lack of depth that they had to move away from a situation. Again, when we don't do that work to make our love, like to heal our fears, the love we give another doesn't feel like love. It often just feels like putting our fears upon them. So that's why we see that there's a lot of energy right now that is showing trepidation as they build into connection, and even potentially disassembling what occurred in previous partnership, articulating upon their frustration. But again, the ability to articulate upon frustration instead of react to it. What are these energies silently saying to one another? You're safe with me. I'm not controlled by my emotions. I allow my emotions to lead me, but I have the reins upon them. Again, chariot lessons. While for masculine and feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what feels most aligned to coming into divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that was the warrior partnerships that we saw during the Mars retrograde cycle. A lot of these energies are going through, I want to describe an emotional purge. It feels like it might even be a tangible purge, because I told you they're coming together very quickly. I would not even be surprised if someone's in the space of like, they're like already moving in, is what I keep on getting. Because there's something there's something very important that's happening right now for those connections. I told you they formed very quickly. And sometimes when you feel alignment to that degree, it seems silly to wait. Like, why not just get it over with? Right? Because this is an energy trying to change something about the relationship. It feels like there's a lot of certainty or certitude that's happening in those partnerships. But what's happening about them at the same time is it's like it's very scorpionic. I see a lot of Scorpio energy that's occurring right now for energy coming into divine union because there's something about, again, all of that Neptune energy, realizing and recognizing how much one changes in the context of being a healthy partnership that helps you see blind spots of past mistakes or past grievances or seeing things from the past in a new fashion. And I see even now that that ability of recognizing and identifying what went wrong or what was wrong about the self, it never feels great when we have those moments, right? Sometimes that's why we talk about the fact that healing isn't linear. Sometimes we recognize something that we can only deal with when we're healed enough to experience it. So I feel like that's the thing we were talking about. A lot of that energy, finding the wound behind the wound, they didn't even know it was there, and saying, and again, having that pat of consolation on one side of themselves that says, "Congratulations, you've come very far," and that tug of conciliation on the other side that says, you still got a long way to go, right? Because the healing journey is a constant evolution of the self. But there's a lot of that energy that is building upon and seeing in the experience of the counterpart that says the job of love is not to be perfect, but to be continually be in the act of perfecting, right? And this is why I keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy that even in the space of articulating their frustration, this is the energy that says, I'm not perfect, and the energy that's the counterpart says in kind, you are perfect, because perfection is recognizing where one is investing the work, what one is trying to build towards. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, that is deep within divine union, I keep on getting that there's a lot of work that's happening right now in relationality to exquisite lessons. And it's very intriguing right now because it's working through the combination force of Taurus and Gemini lessons. This energy's already a bit ahead of us in relationality to what we experience right now. And so one of the things that we're seeing here, and not to, I don't want to say ahead, that's not the right word to say. It's it's working in the context of navigating and building something that feels energetically protective. I keep on describing every time I read right now for the energy within divine union, I keep on getting it's shell energy, right? It's working on the shell, right? And it's interesting because it's not about the process of transmutation. Like the energy right now, um, like I'll put it this way. The energy right now in separation is working on transmutation. The energy coming into divine union right now is working on transformation. And the energy deep within divine union right now is working on, maybe fermentation is not the right word. I'm going to figure out what the right word is, but it's building into the pathwork of maintain of consistency. It could be fermentation. Yeah, it could be fermentation because it's about the firmament. It's about what we hold on to because it is important. And what's interesting about that is I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is going through what may be articulated as a renaissance, because a renaissance is when we find the words. It is a reawakening of something from the past with a new understanding or a new context that yields from it in the present. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, that same space of nostalgia that we spoke about is coming through in relationality to articulating upon fermentation, things that we hold on to, things that we are firm about. But here's the important thing: identifying and recognizing the difference between stubbornness and I keep on getting stubbornness and like divine insistence or exquisite insistence. Now, let's talk a little bit about that because, again, when we feel energetically stubborn, right, we articulate the need that we're holding on to something, except it comes from a place of fear. And usually, when we recognize that, and the way we can identify within ourselves the difference between something that we're being stubborn about and something that the higher self is being insistent upon has to do in the context and in the relationality that when we're stubborn on something and we say, why are you holding on to that so tightly? You say basically, because it feels good. It feels good. It feels good, but it does it feels good is not a reason. It's an indulgence point. It serves the ego, right? Because I want to is literally the articulation of someone coming into a space of saying it's gratifying to the ego. It makes me feel good to hold on to that. However, when we're building into the context of something that is important because it reaches us towards our higher self, it feels good and it is good, right? Sometimes it doesn't feel good. Sometimes we just know it is good, right? It's the ability to articulate. And the thing about it is because the way you can usually determine which one it is when you ask yourself, why are you holding on to that? And the self says, because because it feels good, because I want to. There's the ego. But when you ask that question to the higher self says, "Sit down. How much time you got? We'll sit here all day. We'll have tea. We'll have tea for decades. We'll work it through. We'll articulate upon it." Right? The ability to identify and recognize why something holds a meaning and value and importance. This is the language of the higher self, because as we're able to articulate and define the meaning of something, we see the higher self more clearly. So I keep on seeing that that's the energy that is almost articulating and working through the fact that if another sees them as stubborn in that moment, giving the clarification point that stubbornness is something that we hold on to, that we feels good. Sometimes when we're being insisted upon something that we know is important, that we know is good, it doesn't feel good. It's actually very difficult sometimes, but we know within ourselves, we feel that call to be able to answer it by articulating why something is so necessary and important. So I keep seeing there's a lot of work right now that may be occurring in conversations and circumstances for energy within deep within divine union that have to do in the realms and reality of talking about things that are intrinsically important and things that become, and again, what is something that is intrinsically important? It is the exquisite, it is the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot, the things that we hold on to because their significance and their value help us see the higher self more clearly. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. But let me know how you're doing today. Let me know how you're feeling. How are you navigating this energy? And I need to point this out. Coming out of these eclipse cycles is no joke. If you're feeling exhausted, if you're feeling run down, if you're just focusing right now on self care, that is absolutely okay. You know, one of the things I like to point out is coming out of these eclipse cycles and not allowing oneself to be triggered. That's its own accomplishment. Like I keep on getting everything beyond that is extra credit. So just be like, I want you to have a lot of compassion for yourselves as we're going through this. And hi there, call me Bern. How are you doing today? Oh, thank you for the compliment as well. All right. I love that. New beginnings, Haley, tap to claim. I'm officially quitting gardening for myself and my son. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Haley. And thank you, Kashan. I cried my eyes out last night. I feel it. Give yourself space. I'm going to tell you guys right now, some of the sign work that I see maybe having, like, this may be feeling more difficult for right now. Those with a lot of Pisces placements, there's a lot of transiting that's happening in the Pisces, like in Pisces energy. So it's like it could feel like there's a bit of a yo-yo, because I need to point this out, like especially for Pisces, it's like the energy started moving away from you, and then feels like it pulls back because there's a retrograde happening. So I wouldn't be surprised if Pisces feel like they're going through a bit of a yo-yo right now with the emotions. For those again, for those with Virgo and Aries placements, it's maybe feeling a little rough too, because it's, when we're going through the Venus and retrograde cycles, things don't look ideal, right? It's working on that. Remember, ideal is not what we find outside the self. Ideal is what we make of difficult circumstances or situations. And thank you as well, Alexandra. I feel called to honor my needs in every aspect of my life. What an absolutely beautiful mantra, Alexandra. I'm actually going to pin this here for everyone because again, I love when we have a really good, strong, solid mantra to help anchor and ground us forward. Hi there, little vamp. How are you doing? And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Kat. Good to see you as well. Sarah, thank you for the follow. Hey there, Unbridled. How are you doing today? And thank you as well. Call me. Sam, oh my God, I'm going through it and waiting, trying to trust the universe that things are going to change. Remember, Sam, come out of the aspect of waiting, right? Say like be like say I am being productive. Like we don't wait on our manifestations, we move towards them. So that's going to help with some of this feeling right now because I know like think about being productive. Don't think so much in the context of waiting because and that's the thing. I know it does feel like a little bit of waiting energy. Like I know. It's like waiting room, you know? All right. Hi there. Just the recap is on target. Thank you for confirmation, Alexandra. And I'm an Aries Libra rising. Yeah, and here's the thing with Aries energy right now. Like it's working through the realm of patience. I keep on saying for Aries, you might be feeling more okay right now. Things might be feeling like they're trying their patience. But here's the funny thing with Aries. It's like, when are things not? You know what I mean? Like if you have ask Aries, Aries are actually can be very patient if they work through that because Aries are like, Aries live their whole life having their patience feeling tested. Hi there, Estevan. Call me. Maybe if I subscribe, it'll give me notifications. I can't seem to get them on either account. I know. I apologize. Call me. Sometimes it doesn't push my notifications out here, but that's why I try to put each day's next event. I try to make the calendar because I've noticed that those who actually register for the event will typically get the notifications. Also, I will point out if you follow me over on the place where we keep the photos, each day I post the time that I will be on. And if you want to make sure that you're actually following me across the platforms, please do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio, because I know that I've got a lot of accounts that pretend to be me. So the way to make sure you're actually following me, head over my tree that has Binks in it. All of my socials are listed there. But you haven't missed anything. Like we've literally just got started. Good day, Per. I only get notifications now because I turn them on for everyone else. It's annoying. Thank you, Haley. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys going through annoying things for me. Hi there. So every single account you follow, basically, oh, Haley, are you doing that for me? Because if so, like, I'm going to cry. Like, that's really sweet. Oh, man. If I start trying to choose individual accounts, I won't get notifications at all. That's really frustrating, Haley. Make sure that you report that to the clock app. Person, I have a really weird question and in need of more insight. Can I donate double for 8 cards? Absolutely. Anytime you want, dear. All right. And oof, thank you for letting me know you're made of stronger stuff. Thank you guys for supporting each other. And Denise, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Fun Size, for those gifts. Haley, my call me Burnsy, my ADHD and perimenopause could never. I feel that in my soul, Burnsy. Hi there, Elisa. Good to see you. Sam, I feel like when I try to do the right thing in life right now, things are attacking. Listen, don't I hear like I gotta tell. Okay, I want to walk you through this right now, Sam. So I don't want you being reactive right now on anything. I don't want you taking anything personally. Okay, we've got a Mercury retrograde going on right now on top of a Mercury retrograde. And what do Venus retrograde cycles do? They distort our perception on things. They distort our perception on things. And I got to tell you that typically these Venus retrograde cycles aren't too bad, but it's the fact that we're experiencing it at the same time as the Mercury retrograde. It's very easy to have these little confluences or these little like moments that feel like they're personal when in fact they aren't. right? It's like seeing things that there, it's like seeing things that feel like they're directed towards you that aren't really. So I want you to lead forward with compassion right now. I want you to be patient. Don't, and again, don't be reactive. I'm gonna be like your mama universe here. I don't care who started it. Okay. I don't care who started it. I want you to not make examples. I want you to be the energetic example. Okay. My birthday's on the 5th. If feeling refreshed. Oh, bon compleanno, little vampire. Emily, I spent a whole week today emotionally taken out. It's coming out of the eclipse, Em. Now productive and well again. Here's the thing. I always tell everyone, I think it's so wild because I know everybody gets all like, the eclipses are coming, the eclipses are coming. And everybody during the eclipses, like, it's eclipse season, eclipse season. I'm like, everybody strap in, because getting out of eclipse season, I think, is the hardest part. It's the come down. And the thing about it, I like to point this out, the eclipses aren't the reason we describe eclipses as chaotic is because they're non-characteristic. It's not that they're chaotic, they're amplifiers. They pump up the volume on whatever it is that we're going through. And so often, like, this was a really rough retrograde. It came in, I mean, eclipse season, because it came in at a very distorted time. And the thing I keep on pointing out is sometimes it can feel worse the days coming out of an eclipse because you're waiting for something to change, but the energy doesn't change. The planets right now are effectively exactly the way they were while that eclipse cycle was happening. So, being, and like I told you, just working through keeping that baseline, working through like Libra lessons, Libra and Taurus lessons, like just trying to stay in the space of like what feels emotionally consistent. Anything else beyond that right now, look at it as extra credit, especially if you carry a lot of water sign. Hi there, Frida. Tired and grouchy. One of those nights I woke up every 30, 45 minutes in panic or tears. I'm sending you so much support right now, Frida. Again, it's it's because of where, like, if you don't typically dream or sleep like this, it's because of where we're sitting. Because I keep on telling you guys, like, the thing with Pisces, it's hard to wake up, a lot of drowsiness, and Aries, it's hard to stay down. So we've got all of the planets like jammed up here. So it's like I keep on describing it as catnap energy. You know, it might be easier for those with like Aries and Leo placements. You know, it's like a lot of like, you might have to prioritize rest more or taking more breaks, right? Might be harder to get longer stretches of sleep right now. You might need to get a like just like that's just something we're experiencing. Make sure you're hydrating, cleansing. Thank you, Emily. Grand Rising, Heather. So many super triggering things right now. I know, Sam, don't let yourself be triggered. And listen, if you're observing them and you're not reacting to them, you're doing just fine. Kashan, my Pisces is in Venus. Oh, Pisces. I feel like all like my Pisces Venus got. Are you guys okay? Like, we talk. Like, I always want to create. I want to create. I always want to create a support group for those with Pisces and Venus. Boundaries, 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 boundaries. Okay. I know. I don't know what it is with you guys in boundaries. You got to articulate them. It's okay, and others have to respect them. Okay. Work on boundaries. It'll help. Healthy boundaries, okay? You'll thank me. Haley, do you have a P.O. box? I would love to make you a gift. I do. I'd be happy to send that to you. Thank you so much, Haley. That's really sweet of you. I can post it over in the Discord. Actually, oh, wait, you're not a subscriber. If you message me, I can send you my P.O. box, dear. That's so kind of you. And call me. Thank you for sharing the live. Sam, thank you for sharing the live. Hold on a minute. One moment. I lost my spot. Boop, boop, boop. Yes, thank you. You're welcome. Oh, it's a legal issue that's tearing our family apart right now. I'm sending you so much support, Sam. Don't let, again, I want you to think on the long term, not on the short term. Okay. Don't focus on like work in the context of like like what feels best in the long term. Don't get focused on the moment. Think ahead. Okay. It's so close to ending. I know. And sometimes when things like that are close to ending, it's like the hardest part. So just be patient with yourself, okay? Work on those path work. Like again, I told you, like path work of consistency. I hope again sending you support on that journey, dear. And I'm so the typical Aries. I know. And here's the thing, like typical Aries, like the last leg is always like the hardest. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, like, it's such a good lesson from the universe in so many ways. Oh, your birthday's tomorrow. Buon compleanno. We've got so many Aries in here. Also, I've been following you for a while and love your content. That means a lot to me, Sam. Thank you for being here and thank you for being a part of this collective. Hi there, Betty. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Exactly. And thank you guys for supporting each other. No worries. And thank you, Intox, for the follow. Aries gang in it today. I'm here for it. I like an Aries gang. Golden, thank you for the follow. Frida, pump up the volume, pump up the volume. There we go. It's cyclical. Every couple of years, I go through a cycle of this or insomnia for a number of months. But I need to point out, it's good that you're recognizing the cycles, right? And Kat, boundaries a Libra problem. Boundaries, Libras can have issues in relationality to boundaries too, you know. But like I've often noticed that those with Venus in Pisces, it's very difficult because it's either like feeling like a bunch of energy is running towards you, like away from you or towards you. You know what I mean? Like it's having to navigate being able to like articulate like what defining something often makes something easier, but it's hard because often those with Venus and Pisces placements move into experiences that feel like they're undefinable and then they become overwhelming. Yeah, Stevie, just message me. I'll be happy to do that. All right. I agree wholeheartedly. I'm a Libra. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Libras is that Libras have a vibe. Libras are like magnetic, right? And often what happens is Libras energy wants to get really close to Libra, right? It's like there's a magnetism there. Gemini has it too, right? So often those with Libra, like Libra and Gemini placements, having to deal with that magnetism is having to like really work on defining and setting healthy boundaries, you know? It is the last part of a run. Anything else is, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like you can do like miles and miles. It's like that last half mile that's like, this is gonna do me. Like, this is it. Like, I can't do it. Yes, thank you. Why is this energy so crazy right now? Because here's the thing, Queen. I'm gonna walk you through what's happening right now. So we've got like a little like so I gotta point this out. Neptune is like the memory bank. Okay. It's back end energy. It's like it's supposed to be at like it's typically like the tail end of the locomotion. It's the tail end of the mind, okay? And then you've got Mercury, which is often the innovation energy. It's the energy that advances forward. We've got them in reversal right now. Okay, it's like a K turn. We're going through a K. We are basically going through an energetic and spiritual K turn right now. Okay, because what's happening right now is we've got Neptune, which is usually in the back, it's going forward, okay? And we've got Mercury, that is usually the energy going forward, pulling backward. So we're going through an emotional and spiritual K turn right now because you got to go like this. And then Venus is in between, right? So there's a lot of, it's like the best way I can describe the energy right now. It's like literally the energy you do when you're making a K turn. It's a lot of this. Like it's 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 whack. It's wacky. So yeah, if you're feeling wacky, it's wacky, you know? All right. Haley, yes. Oh, thank you, Haley. Absolutely. Thank you, Stevie. Libra, Moon, Pisces, Venus here. Yeah, that's you probably have a lot of issues with boundary. Like not you, but like working in the context of helping to define and have others honor the boundary space. Because the Libra moon and the Pisces Venus, like make sure, like, again, people get like, you're so magnetic, others might get the wrong idea in terms of what it is that they're getting from you. You know what I mean? Like, it's potentially, I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of work in helping in having to navigate situations where individuals accidentally get the wrong idea. you know, Leo and Lilith in my rising. It adds up a bit to the chaos. I mean, I mean, Libra, Leo and Leo. Are you saying your Lilith is in Libra? I mean, in your Leo's and your Lilith. Oh my gosh, so many L's. Your Lilith is in Leo. I like a Leo Lilith. But here's the like Leo rising can be really difficult because it's like if I have to. You know what I mean? If no one else is going to do it, I guess that's got to be me kind of energy. Like that's the thing that's frustrating with the Leo rising, which is often like feeling like you have to rise to the challenge because nobody else is going to, you know? A K turn. Yep, a K turn. Yes, same, crazy. I have been calling it a pivot. Yeah, pivot too, Kat. That's a good way of describing it too. Because it's like it's not. Here's the thing. The reason I don't call it a pivot is because a pivot would just be like this, But it's because something is going backwards while something's going forward. It's like a cha cha. You know what I mean? It's like a cha cha. It's like a K turn. It's like a spiritual cha cha. It's like a spiritual K turn. It's like a 1-2 step kind of thing. It's not just a full reverse. Sam. So when do we get on the other side of that U-turn? A K-turn. It's not a U-turn. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I think one of the we will be getting out of the K-turn energy. When is Mercury going direct? Hold on a minute. Mercury goes direct. Aspect. Mercury goes direct in a couple of days. Thank goodness. So April 7th. April 7th. Yes. What is a K turn? Oh, do you okay, so for those who don't so for those who don't drive, a K turn is a 3-point turn. So yeah, and the thing about it that's tricky, it's sometimes very hard to learn how to do because you have to pull backwards in order to pull forward. So think about like you're doing something at an angle. It's like reversing at an angle. So you're pulling back, you're going backwards so you can turn a car, like you can turn something, right? So it's not necessarily a full pivot. It's like going like this. You know what I mean? It's backing up so you can fit, basically. Yes, some days with work, if no one else is going to do it. You see, there you go, Frida. Okay, a K turn. Yes. Monday. Yes, April 7th. We're almost there. I mean, and again, we'll still be in the Venus retrograde. And also Saturn is going to be transiting. So it's gonna be something new. It'll be something new, and we will be there. We will be there to experience it. It's gonna be fine. Okay. My friends, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy or medical. We do here, for those interested, dream interpretation, past life readings, highest priority messages from the spirit, angelic guidance readings. Am I missing anything? Mental mediumship. And if you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. Also, the first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their spread. We are also doing 2 giveaways right now. We are doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So if you are, keep on tapping that screen, helps share the live. And also, when we get to 50K, I'll be doing a random drawing and gifting a reading back to the collective. We are also doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that as well. Hold on a minute, and thank you. We call it a 3-point turn in California. Good to know. Oh, is calling it a K turn a regional thing? Did I like tell on myself? Oh, that's funny if I did. I just assumed we all called them K turns. Okay. Whoop. All right. Interesting. We're all learning things today. We're all in the learning tree. All right. A couple of updates before we move into personal and before we move into the collective read. First and foremost, I want to thank you guys so much for coming to our recent class on the Justice card. Our next tarot class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman card. I'm so excited to teach this class. It's going to be awesome. We're going to talk a bit about the history of the card, the symbology of the card. I'm going to work you through spread application, how to read that card in any direction it may come up in your own spreads. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread to help channel the messages of the Hangman into your readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions it may have in relation to anything that we are learning or currently studied thus far. You will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library. And again, it's not necessary to catch up. I always do my best to give you an update on what we studied, but now's a great time to join because you got a few weeks, right? You could do 2 classes every day and be all boned up in terms of time when we go into the next class on the 16th. And if you choose to become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That's over 12 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library at your disposal. You will also have access to the option to have a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these studies. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there because that's where I post each day's spread with the podcast. If you actually want to see the cards that we draw each day, you'll also have access to our weekly newsletter, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my weekly online schedule. And you'll also be notified as to new collaborations and offerings that I post there. Speaking of my offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a discounted rate on 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those per dream or as a package. If you purchase the package, I encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, utilizing the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. If you are choosing to have a past life reading here or a dream interpretation and would like to send me context in any of those readings, if you'd like to get on the list for today, you can do so via the notes when you send the donation, because I recognize that the comments here can be sometimes somewhat limited. Or if you are a subscriber, you can put them in the Discord. We've got special sections for that. But that said, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Now is a great time to get on the list. The first person on the list will always receive an additional card in their reading. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those updates. Good to see you today, Team Mulsana. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Call me Bernsey. How do you sign up for a founding mentor? How do you sign up for a founding member mentor meeting? All you need to do, Call me Bernsey, is message me over on the Substack and we can schedule that. Hi there, Jacob. Good to see you. And thank you for the compliment, Ella. Frida, I call it a K turn as well. Does that mean you're Canadian? I'm not Canadian, but it's good to know that it's not just a Jersey thing. I've never heard of a K turn, but good to know. Okay, we're all learning things today. And Brooke, thank you so much for getting on the list. You're the first person on the list for today, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would care to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. A 3-point turn in Minnesota as well. Good to know. Trina, it's a Jersey thing. See, I didn't know that. You've never heard of a K turn. You know, here's the thing. You know, those who know it are like, you never heard of a K turn? Like, it's a K turn. It's shaped like a K. I mean, it's like they're, it's like, we call that a 3-point turn in Missouri. Okay, here we go. We're learning each other's vernacular. There we go. Okay, and they call it a 3-point in California. I called it a pivot because I keep having to pivot. It's making my realtor's head spin. I mean, and here's the thing, like, it is a little, a K turn is effectively a pivot. I like to describe a K turn. It's like a pivot with style. It's a pivot with style. It's a cha-cha. The Venus retrograde has been tough one for me. It's been tough for everybody, Elisa, and again, this particular retrograde, it's very hard not to take things personally. It feels like things, it's because of I told you, the Venus retrograde broken mirror energy in combination with the Mercury retrograde. It feels like things are directed towards you, and it's like, what the heck was that? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what was that? You know what I mean? But that's why I keep on telling you guys, don't take things personal. Don't make examples right now. Be the energetic force of like, be compassionate. I'm trying to save you a reading, I drive. I just have not heard of the term before. May not have a term used like that in Minnesota. Okay. We're all learning. I feel like just driving over the curve. That's fair. I mean, I'm guilty of that a lot too. Hi there, Haley. We are almost there. We are almost there, little vampire. A little bit more to go. Monday. But again, remember, I need to stress this. We will be in the shadow period of the retrograde, and we'll still be in the Venus retrograde. Jojo, my 3-point in the UK, but I'm renaming it a K turn from now on. There we go. You're welcome. It is. All right, my friends. We're going to get started on today's daily collective read, but just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list for a reading, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. We're also, keep on tapping that screen. We are already at 5.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting that reading back to the collective. Alona, thank you so much for getting on the list here. You'll be the second person read for today. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the third person read for. And thank you, Miss Cal, for the follow. And let me just put this here. Let me just update this. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And that said, and thank you, Goddess, for pointing out that you call it a 3-point turn in Missouri. That said, and thank you for sharing the live, my friends. I appreciate you. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, April 3rd, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards, we are starting our day off with today. Blah. I'm sorry. It's blah. All right, hold on a minute. It's Emperor in its reversal and 2 of Wands in its reversal. These 2 cards together are blah energy. It's blah. And here's the thing about it. I'm not surprised to have a little bit of blah energy right now. We're coming out. Okay, we're coming out of, I'm just going to remind you, we are going through the eclipse hangover right now. Okay? It's an eclipse hangover. And I keep on telling you guys, the eclipse hangovers, I get more worried about what happens in coming out of an eclipse than going into one. Because here's the thing, when you're going into an eclipse and you're doing wacky things in the eclipse, I guarantee you feel justified. And then you come out of it and you go, oh no. And I'm like, oh yes, that's why I was telling you guys not to do anything like, and here's the thing about it, okay? We're going to go through it again. It's not that you can't do things during eclipses. It's not that you can't move with intention through eclipse cycles. You can move forward. You don't have to stay rigid. But the key word, the word that I kept trying to impress upon you over and over and over again is intention, not reaction. It is very important when you're going through eclipse cycles not to be reactive, to be intentional, right? Because I'm just gonna walk, and here's the reason, and this is why this may be feeling like a little bit of blot energy, because it's also understanding. It's not that eclipses are chaotic. They're unpredictable because eclipses do not have characteristics. They're amplifiers, right? That's why they're often described as chaotic, but I often feel that chaotic is the wrong word for them. They're uncharacteristic. They just turn the volume knob up on things. And that's why we often describe that sometimes it feels like they're unpredictable, because it's like when someone keeps cranking the volume knob, right? And you don't know what's happening. Like it's not changing what's there. It just amplifies it. And this eclipse cycle came at what I would like to describe as a discordant note. Why does it feel like it was a discordant note? Because because it was coming through right now during a Venus at the exact moment. Okay, we were going through a Venus in retrograde cycle before the eclipse season started. And then at the exact moment that eclipse took off, Mercury went into retrograde. So it's like all that, what happens? And all of these things we receive are a gift. The Venus retrograde helps us remember the internal mirror, right? The mirror, the message of the Venus retrogrades is the mirror of the self is the mirror that matters most, right? The ability to see oneself, the ability to identify and see oneself with clarity. But that's often why it sometimes feels like there's that distortion point that occurs when we go through Venus and retrograde cycles, because it's like suddenly it feels like others perceive us in ugly ways. It feels like everything feels potentially like it's sometimes working through. And this is why, again, it's not like everyone who knows how to do something beautifying. I always feel bad when someone's like, don't do any like beauty things during eclipses. It's like, no, you can do beauty things just fine, but you have to have a good internal mirror, because your perception of beauty may feel like it's distorted, right? It creates that visual distortion point. So working in that context, it's working through, and it's a combination force of Mercury and Venus at the same time, feeling that others have a bad perception of you, right? Feeling too much intensity, overthinking others' perceptions of the self was the watchword that we kept on articulating and amplifying, right? But again, when we're good with ourselves, right? Like when we're good with ourselves, when we see ourselves clearly, that helps us, right? That helps us recognize and identify our intentionality, right? And that's rough stuff. Sometimes we see things in those moments going, okay, I can work on that. That's not like taking the note, right? And I kept on saying, let this eclipse be one that you take the note. You don't throw the note through a window. Okay, you take the note, like take the note. Don't throw the note through a window, because it's requiring. I told you the gift of the Leo full moon, navigating those circumstances or scenarios with a sense of compassion. Because I was saying, the difference between, and because again, when we come out of the eclipse cycles, it's characteristic to feel like a case of the blahs, because it's not like, I got to tell you right now, the planets, I mean, beyond the fact that Neptune's transiting, it could almost feel worse right now, because beyond the fact that Neptune's transiting, so it's firming up emotions, it's building into the pathwork of resolutions, but Mercury retrograde and the Venus retrograde are still happening. It just feels like the volumes come down, right? And so that's why it's like, it's like, it's like if you came through, and that's why I keep on saying, if you just like spent this eclipse chilling, if you just spent this eclipse just working on this, like working on staying like balanced, like working on those Libra messages, working on those Taurus energies, congratulations. That's great. Okay. You don't need to, you don't need, like, that is amazing. Like, good job, right? Anything else is extra credit because some, like, again, when it feels like that's hard, it makes us want to come into that space of having a breakdown. But when we're able to build into a point of balance, it's own, like, it's its own victory, it's its own accomplishment, it's that your own sense of understanding of the self that helps you understand the gift of being able to be energetically consistent during, like, emotionally rocky or volatile times, right? Now, this is having, and that's the thing about it, like, and I got to stress this and I got to check this out. Like, often when the eclipse energy settles down, it feels like quietude, right? Like, it create, it's like it's very, it's like it create a lot of, it creates a lot, it's, I keep on getting, it's very solemn energy, but it can feel very energetically quiet. You know what I mean? Because, like, we're coming, like, again, we're coming back down out of the eclipse cycle. So it's like the amplification that goes down. So if you're feeling a little bit of that stillness right now, depending on how you carry stillness, it either feels peaceful or anxiety inducing. Because some signs, some signs have a harder time with the energy of solace, especially for my Aries placements. Aries are always like, it's a difference between some. It's like it has to do with how you feel with someone saying it's quiet in here, right? Because if you're like an Earth sign, you're like, ah, right? If you're like a fire sign or an air, like Earth and water, it's quiet. Feels like, a little bit more easement. For fire and air signs right now, this could be like crawling out of your skin kind of energy. It could be like a lot of energy being like a little, like here's the thing, like, that's, I always like, the way I like to describe it is when we have like solemn solace energy like this, like Aries and like earth and water signs say, oh, it's so quiet. And then the air and fire signs go, a little too quiet, don't you think? A little too quiet, a little too quiet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's working out a lot of that. So I want you to just continue, like, honestly, I feel like this is saying continue with the same exact work that you are doing as it relates to the eclipses. You know, don't let yourself feel energetically triggered. Don't trick yourself in feeling that just because the eclipse is over, that you're now allowed to, like, take things personally or be energetically triggered. We're still going through this energy. Third card in our 5 card spread is, we've got here the Page of Wands. We have had so much. Yesterday, there was a lot of heavy, I got to point this out. Yesterday, there was a lot of heavy Gemini. Like, the whole reading just felt really heavy in Gemini energy. So, and again, and when we see days that there's a lot of Gemini energy, for me, that often articulates as to feeling like you have to shift gears a lot, right? There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of things that, like, like just a lot of having to do things. Like, it's interesting that we were talking about a bit of that K-turn energy because, and I'm telling you right now, the reason it feels like a little bit of like wildness, and we were talking about this before the podcast started, is we've got something a little unusual that's happening right now. I'm going to bring this out again. And it's interesting too, because this, what we're seeing in the cards right now is literally kind of showing us what's happening as it relates to why the energy is a little wild, like a little weird right now. So Neptune energy is back end energy. It's memory bank, right? Neptune is energy that typically moves more slowly because it exists in the realm of the emotions, right? It's like, think about the ocean, right? It's there's movement there, but it's slow. It's slow to move, right? So typically, we expect that Neptune energy is slow and behind, right? Like that, and that's not like qualitative, like that's not quantitative. It's qualitative. It's just the nature of the energy. It's like the end of it. It's like the load bearing aspect of energy that's at the end of something. Mercury is like Mercury is like Mercury's like the engine energy. Mercury's fast. It's like lightning, right? It's like about ideas. It's about communication. It moves very quickly. So typically we anticipate Mercury usually is flying forward, and Neptune is like is following behind. That's not happening right now. Okay. Because what we have that's happening that's very intriguing is that Neptune is moving into Aries. So Neptune is moving forward right now, and Mercury is moving backwards. So they're moving in a way like paradoxically to what we would often intend. And what's jammed up between them? Venus, right? So I keep on describing this as like it, and it's interesting too, because for a moment it felt like Mercury and Venus were going forward, and then it feels like they're pulling backwards. So I like to describe this as like it feels like K-turn energy because it's navigating the fact of like, the past moving forward in unexpected ways, and the future pulling backwards, right? Remember when I was describing the fact that renaissance energy was forming? This is like renaissance energy, because what do we identify as renaissance energy? Being able to look at the past in new ways, right? The meeting point of the future and the past that builds into the context of combination, wherein suddenly something has a significance or value that you could not recognize or identify before, right? But it's a little wacky. Okay, like, and this is happening right now across all the frequencies. Now, drawing two more cards to get clarification on how this is impacting the energies in connection. Can I get one card, please? Yep. We've got our Page of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Nine of Swords in its reversal. So this is interesting because our first five right now is just talking entirely about what's going on astrologically before we get into partnership. Because again, the other thing that we keep on getting right now, and this is interesting, is like I keep on getting the fact, like, I got to put it this way: Neptune is exalted in Pisces. Okay. Neptune in Pisces is exalted. It's like it feels good there. It feels right there, right? Because, you know, Pisces is fish energy, Neptune, the ocean. Like, and here's the thing that's happening right now is because Neptune is moving into Aries, I keep on getting it feels a lot like it keeps on being like it's working through like dryness, right? Like this is like you see this dryness to a certain extent, but like there's something really important about that. This is why I keep on describing this as incubation energy, because what we're effectively seeing to a certain extent is um, like, and this is why I keep on getting that there's this really important lesson that's coming through right now with the transit of Neptune moving into Aries, but also with Jupiter and Gemini, right? Because the thing that we're seeing there, and we were talking a lot about this, about the lessons that we pick up upon with Neptune, which is Neptune. If these are circumstances or situations where it feels like one has to decide between an intensity of emotion or direction, here's Neptune on the scene that says, you don't have that. That's a ridiculous choice. Like Neptune's like, you can have both because that's what Neptune has, right? You think about the ocean, right? The ocean has depth, right? The ocean is the space of understanding what we carry with us, right? But at the same time, even as the ocean has depth, you can also sail a ship across it, right? Neptune's lessons often tell us, especially with Neptune moving into from Pisces into Aries, it says, remember, don't confuse depth with direction. Those are different things. Something with depth doesn't necessarily have direction. Something with direction doesn't necessarily have depth. It's the joining of the two that allows for the context of what we identify as an integrated relationship. Because when we have a relationship that feels like it fulfills us, it serves both forces. It has the depth of the intensity of a connection, and it also feels like it moves us forward, right, towards our manifestation goals. So I keep on seeing there's a lot of energy right now that's occurring, that's working in that context as it relates to, again, and this is why I keep on seeing that the partnerships that are forming right now are chariot partnerships, because when we see the chariot card is effectively the card that unifies forces, right? We've got the two different energies in the chariot card that propel forward. So it talks a lot about the realm of relationship, that again, when we have the energy that serves the need of memory, the depth, and we also have the energy that serves the purpose of the self, like moving in towards the future, we build what feels like an integrated whole as it relates to our relationships, because it's again, it's the feels good and is good of healthy partnership. It doesn't just indulge the senses, it also nourishes the soul, because it has the space of being energetically fulfilling while also propelling one towards one's manifestation goals in a unified direction, right? Now, I keep on seeing that for a lot of energy right now in separation, I keep on getting three different modalities that are forming. These are either chapters that are closing around situations and circumstances where, again, there may be oppositional conversations that are occurring, because this is the energy that if one person is trying to fix something by talking about the depth of feeling, another is trying to articulate and amplify that depth is not direction. You don't fix something by talking about how you feel about it. You fix it by fixing it, right? And this is the energy that's having that moment of clarity and being able to identify and recognize the difference between depth and direction. That's frustrating, right? It's infuriating sometimes when we recognize that, because sometimes when we get in that space that we feel that amplification point, another person is holding on too tightly to how they feel, that they can't give clarity as to where something's going. It's like it can be maddening, because it feels like it's a solvable problem. That's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, articulating, disassembling on those experiences of the past, trying to articulate to another that the reason that one is in separation isn't due to a lack of connection, but feeling the confusing moment in experiencing a relationship that had a lot of depth but wasn't providing a lot of clarity in terms of what that directionality is. I keep on seeing that this is the energy that is building into chariot partnerships right now, because this is the energy that's saying to one another, rest assured, the one thing I can promise you as we start to build into depth is you will always know where this is going. You will always know what the direction is. This is energy that is building new relationships, prioritizing the direction, right? And that's not building in a place of ambition. This isn't the energy rushing ahead. This is energy building in trepidation, healing from experiences in the past, because when we feel too much for another, but we haven't done the work in healing from our fears. Remember, our last cycle is all about warrior energy. Then the depth of intensity that we feel for another doesn't feel like love. It feels like we're trying to give someone our fear. And that's why there's some trepidation in these connections. They're not coming together as quickly as the energy of the warrior partnerships that we saw in the last cycle, because this is the energy that as they build towards each other and as they work to disassemble how they feel, remembering that disassembling is not disassociating. Disassociating is pretending not to feel, trying not to feel. Energy disassembling is trying to take something apart in order to build it back better and to understand it further. This is the energy that says to one another along the way, rest assured, you are safe with me, because I always do the work in understanding how I feel before I react to it. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union right now, I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now coming into divine union that's in the process of transformation. This is a lot of energy that's going through that work of feeling like the roughness of this Venus retrograde cycle, potentially seeing a blind spot in the past that they couldn't see before, either about the self or around the self. But in the moment that we see that, this isn't the energy that gets overwhelmed by it. It builds their intention. It builds that sense of purpose, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that's finding the determination and identifying what that work is. It feels like resolution energy. While for masculine and feminine right now, deep within divine union, I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy deep within divine union right now, this is all fermentation lessons. And what does that mean? It has to do with the firmament, right? We've got the energy and separation all doing transmutation. We've got the energy coming into divine union right now, all doing transformation. We've got the energy deep within divine union right now, working on fermentation, which basically says when something is important, we hold on to it. And it's not stubborn, because when we're stubborn and we hold on to something, we can't explain why, right? It usually identifies a blind spot. We say, because it feels good, right? It makes me feel good about myself. But when we're working on something that is important, we can identify something that is intrinsically important. It's because the higher self is always willing to explain. It's the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot. It is something that we hold on to because it matters and because it has value. And the higher self is always able to talk about it, because by talking about it and articulating it, we see the higher self with more clarity. And so a lot of that may be feeling like that resistance point, potentially even navigating circumstances or situations where you may be being insisted upon something and another person is being stubborn about something. That's can be frustrating. So there's a lot of frustration that we're working through right now. Continuing to get clarification between our Emperor energy in its reversal and our Two of Wands. I got to stress this. This Two of Wands has been popping up in our readings over the last few days a lot. And when I see Two of Wands energy like this, it often talks about transits, right? Because it's parallel. Can I get one card to clarify? There's that devil card. So again, I feel like there's something really important that's occurring right now. And this is happening across all the frequencies as the difference between finding, again, integrated relationships, right? And what do we identify and recognize in an integrated relationship? Feels good is good, right? What is feels good is good? Feels good, right? We're going to talk a little bit about the ego here, right? It's not about shedding the ego entirely. The ego is important. Everything that we have is built to protect us, right? What happens when our ego is too large? It's like a shield. We can't see over it, right? It doesn't allow us to connect with others. But again, when we don't have the ego there, we lose our own sense of identity, right? So we work in the context of trying to build a healthy ego, which is one that we can see and observe, that we feel, again, we feel proud of. Having an ego we feel proud of is the best way I like to describe it, right? Well, the higher self has ideals. It works in the context of trying to understand. It tries to move us into a place of perfection. Again, we don't overcorrect. We remember that that is something that's always out of reach. It's always a bit out of our grasp. It doesn't mean that we don't reach for it, but we give ourselves compassion as we do so. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now that is looking towards relationships to identify and recognize whether they serve that energetic sweet spot. And what is the sweet spot of a healthy energetic connection? Feels good is good, right? Works in the context of, again, feeling good for the emotional self, the egoic self, the self that recognizes the self, and also helps us the ego that we feel proud of, and simultaneously serves the benefit of the higher self, the energy that we aspire for, the energy that we hold energetically sacred, the energy that we try to move ourselves towards in the act of personal becoming. And so that's why I keep on seeing right now, and I need to point this out. Sometimes we are in relationships that are so built upon manifestation, but we don't feel the depth of intensity of an energetic connection, right? Sometimes that feels like it's over tilted in relationality to feeling like it's just aspirational. Sometimes we have relationships that they're too deep. They're only existing in the realm of the emotions, but then they create confusion because they create those spaces or places wherein we don't know where they're going, right? So we work again, and when we're in healthy partnership, we're always calibrating for these, right? We're always recognizing and identifying, we're changing in the wake of them. We're always doing that work on the self, but we also build healthy relationship with counterpart in order to feel like we are in energetic alignment. So I keep on seeing that there's something very beautiful that's happening right now. But again, for some, it's bittersweet because it's working on the energetic sweet spot. And sometimes the only way we're able to work through the energetic sweet spot is to be able to identify and recognize what feels like it's not in alignment to it. Right. And I see what's really interesting about this right now is for, like, I even see this for a lot of the partnerships that are coming together at this time, a lot of those chariot energies that we're seeing. This is the energy that's almost saying to each other, I'm not perfect. Remember how these messages move up and down the frequencies? Remember how the energy that was coming into divine union is now like, this is the energy that's working through the same exact lesson that we saw the energy within divine, like coming into divine union was working on, which is saying, I like, maybe even recognizing some spaces here where their manifestations are different. But this is the thing that's really beautiful, which is, again, when we build into alignment, it doesn't mean that we have to be in lockstep, right? When we build into alignment, it doesn't require us to be exactly alike. It requires us to be energetically synchronized, right? And I kept on telling you right now that there's something really important that's occurring in relationality to identifying some of these chariot lessons, which has to do with synchronous lessons, right? And what is a synchronous lesson? It is not necessarily having to be doing the exact same work, but understanding that something that one is working on in the self, and then recognizing that what another person is working on, they feel they feel an attunement, right? They can learn, they can take a page from each other's like book. In fact, synchronized lessons to a certain extent work even better than lessons that are in perfect alignment, because when you're in a synchronous lesson, there's always something that the other has that can be an additional benefit to you. So when we're in healthy alignment and we build into the context of synchronous lessons, we are observant, we're patient, right? Doesn't require us to be in the same space, but we have to be looking towards counterpart as student, right? That moment where we recognize and identify, right? We allow for that beautiful synchronicity where we see something that can inform our own journey, right? That we never would have recognized or identified where we're not in energetic combination with another. We often experience this in this life as points of sublimity, right? Sublime timing. Sublime time in our moments when we encounter another on our journey that is working through a synchronous lesson to our own. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work that, as it relates to these new energetic connections, that are working through. And this is why when we dwell on things, we don't allow for the ability of a synchronous lesson to occur, right? Because when we become fixated on something, we don't see. When we become focused on something, when we get so concerned on why something is working, not working, we don't recognize what we're saying in the space of saying, why isn't this working, right? Often it's because we understand that we are out of sync. We are not in sync. We are not experiencing a moment of synchronicity with another. And that's not to say that one person is in a place of positivity or negativity, but it's identifying and recognizing that, again, this is what often happens. If we're trying to move something forward and another person likes it just the way it is, right? This is something that is an asynchronized relationship, right? It creates that space of impossibility, which is often why we talk about, like, this is why you never hear me talking about twin flame journeys, because when you start feeling that tug and being like, why isn't this working? It's like the identification of something saying it's an asynchronized lesson, right? It's not about forcing it, it's about identifying and recognizing what is occurring there. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, I keep on hearing that, like, there's some energy right now coming into new connections saying, I don't find it romantic anymore to be in a situation that feels like it's asynchronous, right? Because it doesn't, it creates, what does it create? Wasted energy. Like, see all that energy when you're pulling on something and you're pulling in different, it's like the opposite of a synchronized lesson. It's like you're spending all of your effort trying to pull on each other and you're not going anywhere. It's like it's a tug of war instead of a chariot. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, this is either identifying in separation situations that are asynchronous, like creating that tension. To feel like, again, feels good, doesn't it? It's tense. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a wrestling match. It's like over the top kind of energy. It's an arm wrestling match, but it isn't synchronized. It's not going anywhere. It's just the vibration of intensity. It's taut. But when we're in, like, again, it's taught because it's not a lesson. It's taught because it's not a lesson. Someone's trying to teach it's taught because it's not a lesson. Taught It's taught because, and again, a lesson is not one where we're trying to teach each other things. It's one where we're leaving to that point of expansion, right? Again, right, when we're the constant student. So often the asynchronous lessons feels like each other trying to teach each other things, right? Whereas the synchronized relationship is one that it feels like you're just moving in the same direction. And again, it's not, and in that space, it's not that you're always working on the same things, but it always feels like you have what you need to help the other get it there. Can I borrow that? Yes. Can I borrow that? Yes. Do you hear? I noticed you needed this, right? So this is why I see that a lot of this energy is saying, I'm not romantic. The energy is going, I'm not romantic, because this is the energy that says, I don't romanticize traumatic situations. Continuing to get clarification, I see that there's a lot of energy right now coming into divine union that is potentially recognizing and identifying those tendencies from the past. And once you see them, you're like, welcome, like, here comes wisdom, right? And this is some energy. And this is why, again, Saturn's moving up into Aries. Some things you can only see with the optics of the present. Hindsight is not 2020. Hindsight is perfect because it's not 2020. Some things we can only see the further we get from things. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, that conversation like is allowing for a point of transformation, because this is the energy that says that sometimes the moment of accomplishment is being able to see a blind spot, right? Awakening is often moving from something to a situation. Waking does not mean like, oh, like everything becomes perfect. Awakening becomes a moment of awakening to the understanding of the lessons that one is working to embody upon one's own path. And in those moments that we again like look back and say, I can see the lesson, I can understand the value or the significance of something. It's often in that moment that we often like that's why we call it wisdom, because we wince, because once we see it, you're like, I don't know how I couldn't I don't know how I couldn't see it before. Yeah, because like when you see it, like it's like once you see it, it seems obvious, but before you do, it confounds you, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy like working through that like divine, I keep on hearing working through that divine paradox of sight. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, I keep on hearing absolutely not. Right? I keep on hearing being on a healing journey does not mean that you're just copacetic with everything that happens around you. That's not a healing journey. Like that's not a healing journey, right? Being able to be on a healthy healing journey is being able to recognize and identify the higher self. It's often articulated in those moments that the higher self says, hey, this isn't okay. It's in those moments that say, what are you doing? It's in those moments that often feel like those things that tug upon our heartstring is called the things that tug upon our heartstring are called our soul. And in those moments when we feel that tug and we pay attention to it, we listen to what the higher self is asking, we see ourselves with more clarity. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that's working in that space of identifying and recognizing what and this is what's important about those chords, because I keep on getting, and here's the thing I keep on seeing. The heartstrings are controlled by the ego and the higher self, right? The ego likes to tug on the heartstrings because it feels good to tug on the heartstrings. Okay. The higher self, like the ego is like, yay, noise, right? Like, wee, right? The higher self tugs on the heartstrings when there's something important, right? When there's something that we need to pay attention to. So that work or that ability of identifying and recognizing when we feel that tug within, we don't react to it. We investigate it. We go into ourselves. We go into the altar of the self to recognize where that call is coming from. If it's coming from something that says, I like how this feels, but I don't necessarily have a reason for it, then we understand that it is something that serves entirely the egoic self. But when we feel that tug and we allow those moments where and again, going inside the self and saying, what is that? We can always hear the higher self saying, I can tell you why I called you here, right? And I keep on seeing that ability of doing so is what is allowing for that conversation, if you will. It's allowing for that clarification, because it's a difference between because I want to versus because this is why. Continuing to get clarification between our two of wands in its reversal in combination with our page of wands in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our two of pentacles in its reversal. The higher self always has, I keep on hearing, the higher self always has that reason. The higher self always wants to tell us why. The higher self is always willing to have that active energetic conversation, right? The ego, I like to describe this. The ego, it's not that the ego is negative. It's like the ego is like bodyguard energy. It just wants to protect us, right? It doesn't think so much. It just does what it feels like it needs to. And that's why we have to do the work of healing through our fear. Because when we heal through our fear and we understand it, we can understand where the call is coming from. And so again, it's not a situation, right? We work in the context of understanding ourselves. It doesn't mean that we get rid of the ego entirely. You need that guy. That guy loves you. You know what I mean? That's a part of you that tries to protect you, right? And the higher self is trying to help you become even better. So when we have a healthy relationship with ourselves, right? We have a healthy relationship with both the higher self and the egoic self, right? And the egoic self, well, we have to say the egoic self. We say, buddy, I love you, but sometimes you get a little out of hand. Okay. Like we say, buddy, I care about you. I know you want to protect me, but sometimes you get in the way of me being able to see or hear anything. Right. This is why we confront our own anxiety, our own fear. We say to the higher self, and the higher self says, the higher self loves us. And they say, I understand that what you're giving towards us, that sense of perfection, it's at my own timing, right? Because that's something that's always above us. It's always requiring a little bit more of us, right? And so that ability of doing so, but not being too hard on oneself in the journey of understanding the self. Like this is how we build into the context of building an integrated, complete experience, both in our lives, in our relationships, and in the context of communicating with each other. And this is why I keep on seeing that there's something very fundamental and necessary that is occurring right now in relationality to a lot of that work. Because I keep on seeing, this is why I keep on hearing it's chariot energy, because this is the energy in separation. This is why these are not forces right now in separation that are just hitting the ground running. This is not the warrior partnerships that we saw a few months ago, right? These are energies that are navigating with a sense of care, because what we're effectively recognizing and identifying is these are the energies in separation that are building upon identifying and recognizing that they share the same manifestation goal. But now they're working on the energetic connection. And because there's a lot of trepidation here, I see a lot of energy in separation that are healing from circumstances or situations. And this is, again, coming out of some of that warrior energy. Remember what we said, what was happening during the warrior? Like there was a lot of intensity that was occurring during that Mars retrograde cycle. It was a lot of having to confront the fears of the self. And what were the lessons that we took out of that for energy and separation? That having an intensity of feeling for someone isn't love. Having an intensity of feeling for something, how we feel inside is how we feel inside. Our ability to communicate that outward, the way our love feels like love, is by us being able to navigate our own sense of fear. That's why when we're too afraid of connections, we often ruin them, right? Because when we let the fear get the better of us, then when we give our love to another, it doesn't feel like love. It feels like we're just dumping our fears on each other, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now that is not worried about finding love. They're not. I mean, like it's not like they're worried about finding love. They're worried about finding love that does not feel like love. And so even in this space, and this is why we keep getting this Two of Pentacles in its reversal, this is the energy that says in the act of being able to energetically disassemble something, this is the energy that says to one another in that context, you're safe with me, right? This is the energy that says in that context, you have nothing to fear here, because I guarantee you that I don't feel something and then just let the force of that emotion propel me outside of myself. I hold the reins on my emotions, chariot energy. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Wands in combination with our Page of Cups in its reversal. Can I please have one card to clarify? These are energies that are building slowly into connection because there's a lot of trauma from the past. There's a lot of trauma here. And I keep on seeing a lot of that energy in separation. And I keep on seeing the beautiful thing about it is this isn't energy that is reacting to the trauma. They're articulating upon it. They're not using the trauma as an excuse either, right? Because again, when we're working through something, sometimes we get energetically triggered. But the ability to observe and recognize our triggers is what makes us safe to love one another. We've all got trauma. We're all triggered. And that's why I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy in separation, I keep on hearing the energy saying, my trauma is not a reason to allow my love to feel like love. And this is why I keep on seeing that a lot of energy right now is understanding that overcoming trauma isn't about making it okay or pretending it doesn't happen. It's learning how to carry it so that it doesn't mar what it is that we give to others. Because that's why sometimes when we're too traumatized, it's very hard to love, because what does trauma create? It creates fear. When does our love feel like love? Our love feels like love when we overcome our fear. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of the energy right now working in that context, not trying to pretend they don't have trauma, but working to understand the trauma they carry, so they can, and this is why this is all Chiron lessons right now, so they can disassemble the fear they feel to make sure that they continue to perpetuate a love that feels like love. While for masculine and feminine that are coming into divine union, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I just keep on seeing a lot of this energy going through a lot of this. Like I keep on getting an emotional cleansing process. What does an emotional cleansing process feel like? There may be a lot of grief that's being released here, a lot of navigating through frustration, a lot of articulating upon what one wishes one can change. But this is the energy that says that they don't wish, right? And that's the energy that says if they look back on something that they wish they can change, the gift that they say is the gift is the present, because the present is the space where all things are possible. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union, this is the energy that, again, I keep on seeing the frustration point for energy deep within divine union has to do with the difference between like firmament and stubbornness, right? And we talked about this. And it has to do with defensiveness too, because, and I'm going to again use a word that's been coming up, and I got to just say, every time I use this word, I don't want you to misunderstand the way I'm using this word, because I'm using it in an archaic way, because this is a word that's being brought to me, and the word is dumb. Now, when I say dumb, please understand, I do not mean dumb like the insult as it relates to intelligence. I'm talking about dumb in its etymology of numbness, right? Dumb is a dampener. When we dumb something, it is not high frequency. It literally dampens something. So defensiveness is dumb, because when we get defensive, we don't want to hear something, often because we don't like it, because it feels like an energetic attack. Now, it's not to say that there are not situations where it is validated to get energetically defensive, right? Especially in those moments, it feels like something challenges or triggers us. But when we work on making sure that we're not being dumb, right? I gotta understand this. I don't mean dumb I mean dumb. When we work to understand ourselves, we constantly work to investigate when we feel defensive to make sure we're not feeling dumb. And the way we can tell if we're not feeling dumb is what we just said. When you're feeling dumb, the ego says, I don't like that. Go away. You know what I mean? Like it builds into the context of saying, I don't want to hear that because I don't like it. And usually you can tell when we're being dumb. We're all guilty of this. We're all guilty of this. Okay. It's okay. We just have to accept it. We're all guilty that when we get defensive, we sometimes get dumb, which is saying, I don't want to hear something because I don't like it, because it doesn't serve my needs. Like, like it's the energy that goes, why? And when we are doing the work of understanding the self, we investigate our dumbness. We investigate and say, why am I feeling defensive? And again, the ability to articulate upon why we feel defensive gives us the clarification point as to whether it's coming from the ego. What does the ego say? I don't like it. I don't like it. Makes me feel weird. Makes me feel uncomfortable, right? Versus the energy the higher self says, sit down. Let me tell you exactly why that bothers me. Okay. Like the higher self is always happy to answer why. Okay. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Nine of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification. Two cards coming out to clarify. We've got here our Three of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Ace of Wands. Again, we embrace, I need to point this out, we embrace everything. We even embrace our dumbness. Okay. Because it's not to say, and the reason I keep on saying that, it's not to say that it doesn't allow a context by which it is valid to be defensive. Because if something is sacred and you're able to articulate upon the reasons why it's energetically sacred, then it's okay. It's okay. Then it's okay, because you're able to find the meaning why. Okay. We're going on a treasure hunt. We go on a treasure hunt within ourselves to understand if that defensiveness is something that is sprung up. And here's the nice thing. This is why we like going on a treasure hunt when we feel something that we are defensive about. Because when we are defensive, and there's a reason why, we go, oh, look, there's the higher self. What's up? High five. How you doing up there? Okay, cool. Let's talk. Right. But when we're feeling dumb and we can't find a reason, oh, look, a blind spot. How intriguing. How curious. How amazing. I get to find out something about myself. Right. I don't know what this is. I've got a blind spot on myself that I can't see. Right. It's a beautiful journey. It's a beautiful journey, but you have to be able to do that work. And I keep on seeing that the reason that, again, this is happening across all the frequencies, this is the energy that is recognizing themselves via those chariot lessons. And what do those chariot lessons say? This is not energy that assumes they're righteous. This is not energy that assumes that they're right on everything. This is not energy that says it feels good, so it must be right. This is the energy that gets excited when they feel something that feels defensive in them, because it gives them the opportunity to better understand the higher self of the self, or to find a blind spot within that they need to confront and work through, right? All to come into a place of better knowing and recognizing the self in the process. Continuing, welcome to shadow work. Right? That's why we do that work in confronting the parts of ourselves that are hard to experience. Continuing to have clarification between our devil card in combination, or however you want to call it. I think it's funny because often we identify it as shadow work, but it's light work, right? Like, this is the thing. In order to understand the self, you must be willing to explore the parts of the self that are difficult or are triggering. Continuing to, and that doesn't mean that you go towards those full tilt and tell yourself that you're putting yourself through the worst thing ever for a spiritual context. It means that you find yourself. You find yourself and you identify who you are to be via that self-reflection. Continuing to get clarification between like the clarity, you know what this is, the clarification between our devil card in its reversal and our two of pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. Yeah, because again, this doesn't require us to put ourselves through a grinder for the sake of our journey. Like, it doesn't require us to abandon ourselves in the process. It requires us to recognize ourselves, to understand that we're all unique in defining and understanding what energetically serves us. And again, it's that beautiful gift that continues forward, because when we are serving the self with a space of grace and compassion, that is the gift that we give to all of those around us, right? That is the understanding of the self. We become our sacred self. And then we're able to share that sacredness with those around us. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now across the frequencies, that ability of articulating. I told you remember I kept on saying last month we were moving towards Renaissance energy. Why was it Renaissance energy? Because Renaissance energy is being able to derive new meaning in the space that the past and the present and the future come into a point of confluence, right? That's what we identify as Renaissance. So we keep on seeing that there's a Renaissance that's effectively happening right now across the frequencies. And what is that Renaissance? A Renaissance is a meeting. So we've got a meeting, okay? There's an energetic Renaissance that's happening right now that is the traffic jam that we're having. It's the traffic jam, the astrological traffic jam between Neptune, Mercury, and Neptune and Saturn all joining to a certain extent, because it's being able to see the past and derive new meaning from it, and being able to take aspirations from the future and be able to plot one's own trajectory going forward. I told you, and it's a little bit confusing right now because, again, Neptune, that's usually the back end energy, it's up in the front, right? And Mercury, that's a front end energy, it's going backwards. So it's a lot of looking at things from new perspectives, or seeing things from new new dimensions. Like, again, it feels very multidimensional, continuing to get clarification between our Two of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Five of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Swords in its reversal. And there's something really valuable and important here that we're seeing, particularly in relationality to honoring the work that's never easy. Honoring the work that's never easy. Because when we're in the context of moving towards a self that just feels good, we're looking for things that reinforce our feeling about ourselves, right? We all have this tendency. We look for something, we have that tendency to want to lean towards things that feel like they're indulgent to the self. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because again, we're all gifts to each other. But when we're in that healthy space, we identify and recognize what feels good and is good. We find that meeting point of the self that brings us into higher alignment. And that ability of articulating why something is important, being able to articulate upon the and like even again, I keep on hearing the sacred frustration in trying to explain to another why something is important to us. It's often in those moments that we're able to share something that we feel like we are seen, right? That we feel like we never are we more seen than when we communicate something that is important to another. And we grasp that they themselves not only recognize the intrinsic value it has, but also share that intrinsic value. And I need to stress this: it does not require us to share the same intrinsic things, right? The reason we describe something that is intrinsic, and then this is what's beautiful about it: something that is intrinsic is divine, because we always find it. No matter where we go, no matter who we are, no matter where we were raised, it finds itself to us. It reaches across dimensions. It reaches across existence, and that is often the articulation of what feels like it is energetically divine. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, this is difficult because, and I keep on seeing this, like this is why I see that there's a lot of fragility that is occurring right now for energy and separation as it relates to the clumsy fallacy of building into an energetic connection with someone and saying, let's just see where this goes. There's nothing more dangerous than building into a context with someone and saying, let's just see where this goes, because we all carry a map within us. We all have a manifestation that we're moving towards. And when we build into the context of saying, let's just see where this goes without giving each other our maps, then inevitably we become connected to each other. And then we suddenly realize that our maps are pulling us in incredibly different directions, right? And often in those moments, that's when we get into those spaces where we feel like we have those connections that, again, we have that tug. We have those moments that feel like they're energetically impossible because they're asynchronous. You just energetically connected with someone that's experiencing an asynchronous lesson to you. So now you've got the oppositional point of feeling the connection of sharing something with another, but recognizing that your manifestation is driving you in different directions. Again, and this is why I keep on hearing that this energy is being very conscientious as it relates to partnership, because this is the energy that doesn't look at that as romantic. They're looking at it as tragic. That's the energy that says that's not sweet. That's devastating. And I keep on hearing that there's energy right now that's healing from that devastation by setting the intention, the boundary that becomes the standard, right? Again, the message that comes through. And what is a standard? A standard is a lesson. It is an exquisite insistence point. So there's some energy right now that's moving trauma into an energetic standard. Same message we see deep within divine union, right? When we say never again, but we're able to explain why, that isn't being stubborn. It is something that we understand is building us into the context of exquisite insistence. Something that we recognize and identify is helping us see ourselves more clearly and understanding the lessons that we've learned upon that journey. And that's happening across all the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification right now between our Four of Cups, our Ace of Wands, and our Three of Swords in its reversal May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the Knight of Swords in its reversal. I gotta tell you, I'm not surprised to see this card. This card's been popping up like hotcakes ever since we were going through this eclipse cycle. It's energy's making peace with things. And I got to point out, like, and this is why it feels like heavy Aries energy. Aries know how hard it is to make peace with things. Making peace with things is rarely peaceful. Like that's what often Aries, like that is what Aries lessons often teach us. Making peace with things is a battlefield. It is hard. It is rough on those streets because making peace with things, like the word is make. You make peace. You don't find peace. Making peace is again not getting into a woe is me aspect in relationality to what we experience. It's not agonizing over something. And again, like, it's the energy. And I feel like there's like, again, it's like, it's working to, it's working to move something into a place that it doesn't feel like it anchors you, but it feels like it energetically serves you. And it can be frustrating. It can be anger inducing, right? And I keep on seeing that there's something about this, that letting off that frustration. This is the energy that says it feels good to get it off the chest. But I need to point this out. When we have a heart opening, right? I need to stress this. I need to stress this. The difference between projecting, okay? The difference between projecting and a heart opening is when we get something off our chest that just serves the ego, right? It only feels good, but it doesn't serve that purpose of the higher self, right? That's that moment that often feels like we get something off our chest and we wound, like our intention is not positive. It's energetically negative. But when we're in a space that we feel like we are articulating something that has meaning to us, something that has exquisite intrinsic meaning, it feels good and it is good. It serves the higher self and the egoic self because it's the energy that says it's good to connect with someone that understands. It's good to be in connection with someone that I can articulate to and does not take that as a point of energetic defense, but it can be the space from which new things can grow, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's something about these new partnerships in the ability to articulate on frustration, but not get defensive, right? Not taking it personally. And that's why these energies right now, let me just tell you, these connections that are coming through right now, working through frustrations and not taking it personally, they are overcoming a lot of the hurdles that are occurring right now with this particular energy. This is why this is chariot energy, because it's not assuming, it's not letting themselves get triggered. They're working through something, and even as the moment that they're being triggered, they're just getting over it. Like, and I mean by, and like the reason I'm saying getting over it, you have to understand what I mean by this. I'm not talking about getting over it by like in an insulting way. I mean getting over it, like you have to think about a wheel, like going over hard ground, right? Like recognizing and identifying what feels like it's triggering versus what feels like it's moving in the right direction. It's a lot of that part in our appearance energy that we spoke about. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Cups in its upright in combination with our Two of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, there it is, 10 of Cups in its reversal. It's not about finding perfect. It's about making perfect. It's not about saying this isn't ideal. It's about saying, what can we do to make this better? And I keep on seeing that the moment of clarity, I keep on hearing, I feel like there's a lot of energy I keep on hearing something with the energy in separation saying, it was at that moment I realized. But what's interesting, and I like to point this out, whenever we have the higher self talks in the context of the self and from the future, right? Like, so I have them energy that's almost like literally in a moment of the present. And they're hearing themselves go, it was at that moment I realized. And they're like, that's the higher self. That's the higher self, right? They can hear themselves telling the story of the moment they're experiencing because it's like that is the sublimity of having a moment that you suddenly see something that you couldn't see before, like like awakening. Like awakening is literally the articulation point of the words. It was at that point that I realized, like, good, hello. right? Like it was at that moment I realized, boop, like there it is. So we see even now, I feel like there's a lot of those moments that are happening right now with like that, like with a lot of that, with a lot of this work that we're experiencing. And again, sometimes when we have those moments, and this is why we talk about sometimes like awakening isn't like, oh, it's like, wow. It's like, because when you sometimes when you say it was at that moment I realized, you don't say it like, oh, was that that moment? Like often you say it a bit through gritted teeth. And so that's why I'm calling it chariot energy. Because again, energy gets over the grid to get somewhere, right? Chariot energy does things through gritted teeth. Chariot energy goes like it's working through frustration. It's like it's moving with determination through gritted teeth, right? It's like a lot of the chariot lessons often have to do with navigating through grit. Continuing to get clarification between two of swords in its reversal and our knight of swords in its reversal. And this is the thing about it. I'm actually getting the Venus in retrograde helps us with grit. That's the Venus. Oh, this is the yeah, Venus in retrograde saying that's me. Don't make any mistake. That's me. Right. Because and we got to talk about this, so I need to stress this. Okay, so there's something very specific that's coming through. How do you make it, how do you make a shiny surface? How do you make a shiny surface? You put grit on it, right? You the way you polish something. Okay, the way you polish something is you put grit on it, right? It's ironic, isn't it? The way you can see something is by putting dirt on it, right? And so the Venus in retrograde, so this is the energy from Venus, because Venus says that the reason Venus distorts our perception outside of the self, that is the dirt that Venus puts on the mirror outside the self. That when we're doing the work, we don't take it personally, but we use that dirt to shine ourselves so that we can see ourselves more clearly. So that's something that's happening across all the frequencies. And that's why, again, when someone sees us in a way that we don't appreciate, it hurts us, but it doesn't change us. We do our best to try to correct for it, but we don't fall apart through it. Because when we know who we are, then I mean, it may bother us, it may hurt us, but it helps us see ourselves even more clearly in those moments. And often it helps those who care about us see us even more clearly in seeing how much it bothers us that another person sees us in a way that we don't see ourselves. So I keep on seeing, I want you to think a little bit as we exit the Mercury retrograde and enter the Venus, continue just enter the Venus retrograde. This is why I'm saying don't be reactive. If there's things that are happening that allow that space of wanting to take it personally, allow that grit to help shine that mirror within the self to see oneself more clearly. And listen, maybe you see something, you're like, I can work on that. I can do something better there. Thank you for that grit, right? Sometimes we have those moments that say, I just need to wipe that away because that's not me. That has more to do with them than anything. Final card in today's spread between our 10 of cups in its reversal in combination with our 9 of cups in its reversal. It's not about finding ideal circumstances. It's not about it's not about things being perfect all the time. Every moment we have the opportunity to make something better. And when we're not, and again, when we're in that space of navigating from the ego, it's very easy to want to come into that context of looking into spaces and trying to find a reason. But you know, reason defies. I just point out, like when we say things like when reason defies, like I keep on hearing reason defies because it doesn't. Defies circumstances because reason is not stopped by circumstances. Reason sees things that feel like they're not ideal and says no to them, right? And that's why I keep on hearing reason defies because they're basically, and this is why I keep on seeing that um, for a lot of energy and separation, the ability to try to fix something and another person saying, I can't. I keep on seeing the modality of clarity is looking at someone saying, you're saying you can't, but what you're really saying is you don't want to, right? like that moment or that experience of being able to articulate, right? Trying to figure out or identify what one can do, right? This is why I keep on seeing like there's a lot of this energy that's working either in that context of closing cycles, where in another was trying to say either woe is me or woe is you, right? Trying to fix something, but saying like this is your fault, right? Remember, we remove blame, because when we say this is your fault, what we really say is I refuse to change, right? And when someone says I'm the worst, I'm sorry you have to put up with me, that's the energy that says I refuse to change, right? The context by which these are chariot lessons is this is the energy that says, as long as we see what we can do, as long as we're on that pathwork of improvement, anything is possible. Reason defies, right? Reason always, there's always something one can do. And it's being able to find, and I keep on saying a lot of that energy right now in separation, navigating through the asynchronous lesson. That's a lot of the energy that said, I recognized in that moment that we wanted different things because I was saying, let's do it. And they were saying, I could not, right? Like it's that moment of someone saying, this is what we have to do to change it. Another person saying, no, this is your fault. Like saying, I refuse to change, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that pain point there. But even in that pain point, there's a moment of expansion. Well, for these new energetic connections, this is why this is chariot energy. They're building towards each other with trepidation because they're saying to one another, as long as we have the same goal, now we just need to build upon the connection. Now we need to see how much we can allow it to grow. I told you it's incubation energy. So, what is the energy building into connection doing right now? They're planting those seeds. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union right now, this is a lot of like, this is a lot of, I told you, this is like the shell. This is like the energy that's like, being able to articulate. This is why I keep on hearing it's shell, because it's something that says when something, when something is vital, it is ephemeral, but it is also, it is also the most important thing, right? And something that is intrinsic is something that you cannot put your finger on, but it is so important, right? And I keep on seeing that a lot of working on the idea of what is intrinsic, helping another person understand that is something that is intrinsic, is something that we put divine resistance to, something that we articulate that has to hold an energetic standard. But the difference between understanding, the difference between, again, the stubbornness of the ego and the higher self is being able to articulate why something has meaning, why it is important. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with this Eight of Swords in its upright. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, it's working through the frustration. And here's the thing, listen, the problem with frustration is we want to project it. When we are frustrated, our first instinct is to project. It's like, get it away from me. You know what I mean? Like we want to, when we are frustrated, the desire to project is never higher. It feels so good when you're frustrated just to be like, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, yeah, like, but again, when we are frustrated and instead of lashing out, we lock in, we can, we can move that in a way that it propels us. It doesn't move us backward, it moves us forward. I want you to think about like when you project, you often fall backwards, right? But when we take something that we feel that's important and we're careful with it and we work very carefully to articulate it, then it doesn't feel like it's blocking us. It feels like it feels like it is propelling us. It feels like it is it feels like, but it requires the ability. It's so hard to describe. This is what we talk about. This is the energy of stoicism. Okay, stoicism is experiencing the moment of frustration and instead of projecting it in that moment, becoming stronger, finding the weight to carry something that is frustrating and moving through it with intention. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work that's happening right now in relationality to stoicism, understanding that stoicism isn't just turning off the emotions, but working through frustration and letting it become something that fortifies you instead of frustrates you. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my website. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent tarot class on the Justice card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we have currently learned or are studying thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of reading classes, you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is over access to over 12 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to the opportunity to have a one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I'll also post new offerings and collaborations there. Speaking of offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer Dream Interpret for those who are seeking more consistent constancy in your reads. I'm also happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings that you can have at a discounted rate, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those per dream or as a package. I would encourage, if you purchase the package, that you make sure to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Congratulations, Alexandra. Thank you so much for all of those beautiful gifts during the reading. You have won our free reading for today. And Bridget, you got second, so you'll have additional cards in your own reading. If anyone else wants to be on the list for today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my, now it works, sorry, Mercury. If you, or where was I? What was I saying? If you would like to see today's full spread, you'll be able to find it on the Substack later today when I post the podcast. If anyone else wants to get on the list, you'll be the seventh person read for. I'm also going to be keeping the list rather short today. So if you'd like to get on the list, please make sure you do so sooner rather than later. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, my friends, we're at 19.8K likes. When we get to 100 to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if anyone's joining us across the other platforms, if you would like to get on the list as well, all you need to do is send the donation via the tree that has links in it in my bio. All right. I think that's so wild. I think that I did not know that K term was a regional thing. It's really cool to know. Hi there, Team Osana. Good to see you. All right. Elisa, my daughter and I have both had migraines off and on for 3 days. Here's the thing about it. I think a lot for the, like, I got to tell you, with planets in Aries, Aries has a lot to do with, it's a helm, okay? Aries is the head. And again, with Pisces and moving into Aries, make sure you're hydrating. I think you like make sure you're hydrating a lot right now, Lisa, because this can be hard for those who have like head stuff, a lot of pressure. Jojo, 3 Point in the UK, but I'm renaming it K. So I love that, Jojo. I love the fact to think I'm bringing that to across the pond. And Miss Kelsey, thank you for the follow. Thank you for sharing the live, Catherine. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you as well, Hazel and Unbridled. I'm an Aries. Is that why I'm frustrated with everyone? I mean, like, here's the thing about it. I keep on pointing out. I feel like Aries right now are going to be looking around being like, what's gotten into everyone? And it's because others are like having like everybody's lost patience. Like it's not so hard. Like Aries are like I feel like a lot of Aries are gonna be like, I don't understand. I keep on saying to Aries, like, what's gotten into everyone? I keep on saying you've gotten into them. Everybody's acting like Aries right now. It's like feeling like you're running late, feeling like you can hear like Aries always like I like to point out Aries always hear a clock. Like Aries hear a clock that isn't there. You know what I mean? Like Aries are always feeling like, like I don't have time for this. But that ability of recognizing and identifying that, like when others start doing it, Aries is like, what's gotten into everybody? I'm like, they're acting like you know? Little Vamp, thank you as well. And thank you, Elisa. It's blah energy right now. I'm so tired of having a hangover. I know, Elisa, just a few more days. I was a menace in the last few weeks. Little Vamp, I started laughing so hard when I saw that comment. I feel it. Hazel, thank you for sharing the live. Nikki, this eyeshadow shirt hair color combo is really slaying. Thank you, Nikki. You have me at overthinking. Yeah, it's a lot of overthinking and worrying how others view us. Thank you, Jacob. Cash, thank you for the follow. I feel a sense of relief. I'm glad to hear that, Ella. Yeah, I get so uneasy. Yeah, okay. And that's what I said. Like, I get an Aries sun. I love that. Get an Aries sun and Libra moon. Feel both. Yes. Worry work through the space of feeling anxious and frustrated at the same time. I feel that unbridled. I know it's a struggle today, Sacred. It's because I keep on telling you, coming out of these eclipse cycles is so much worse than going into them because the energy doesn't change. It just feels like, you know, Aries sun cap rising. Just be productive through it right now, Chloe. Too quiet. No, I know all the Aries are like, I hate this. I absolutely hate this. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Jacob. My life goal is not to get triggered. Tap to claim, Haley. Tough timeline. I love that unbridled. Tough timeline. Oh, I adore you guys. So true. I'm 50-50 because my Leo, Sun, Scorpio rising. I love Leo, Sun, Scorpio rising because it's going to be like Leo's like, we're going to do the right thing. And Scorpio's like, or we could not. Like, you know, like I feel like Leo Scorpio is like having like the things on your like the two on their shoulder, like no, we're gonna be the good, nope, we're gonna do the right thing right now. And Scorpio's gonna be like, yes, the moon was in Gemini yesterday. Yeah, that yesterday was like super cerebral. Like yesterday was like pinball energy. It was like bump, 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 you know? This is like, this is like, I mean, I got to figure out what's going on with it, but it feels like it feels like the case of the Mondays. It's like the Mondays, it's like the case of the Mondays on a Thursday is what this energy feels like right now. You know, I got to figure out what I don't, I got to figure out what changed. I'm a Leo sun, Scorpio moon. I love it. I love it. Good morning. We are getting some big waves. I mean, I think it has to do, you know what it is? I think it's because Saturn. I think it's Saturn. I think that's what's happening here because it's the waiting, right? It feels like you're waiting for something. It's because Saturn's transiting too. Yes, with you on that. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. How you doing, Bridget? Well, Gray, yesterday, dream read was definitely my higher self giving me a heads up. The ex reached out after a year. Wow. Wow. The synchronicities, the synchronicities for you, like it's incredible. You could even say fermentation. Yes. Yes. Working through frustration is an understatement. Just continue to do so, sacred. You know, again, like hold the standard. And like, how grand rising, dear. Thank you for those gifts. And Haley, thank you for the fire. I feel that. Hi there, G. Thank you for confirmation. That just triggers my anxiety. Move it into excitement, D. I don't want anything that you're receiving here to trigger you. So true. Hindsight is perfect because it's not 2020. I love that. You're welcome, Haley. Healing is acceptance of the good and bad and learning all from it. Tap to claim, Haley. It's funny I said Healy instead of Haley. Felt apropos. Thank you for those gifts, Bella and Alexandra. Whew, that part. I feel like I've done a lot of healing regarding not going into my egoic self. My angry demon. I like that. It's like, right? It's like how you perceive the relationship with that energy. And thank you as well. Hi there, Kimmy. I gotta let that trauma go. You don't have to let it go. And here's the thing about it. Like I think what's beautiful about this unbridled is, Neptune's message for us is you don't have to let go of trauma. You have to find a way to carry it. Right. I feel like we build this construct that says, oh, we have to let go of the trauma. Trauma, like the whole point of trauma, like the definition of trauma is something that we can't let go of. So it's not about letting go of trauma, it's finding ways that feel fortifying to carry it. And Jade, thank you for the follow. Dumb is coming. Yes. Here comes dumb. Yes, I know, like that you guys knew I was going to. The word. Here's the thing. Sometimes words come through when I'm when I'm doing a reading like this, and I'm like, even as I'm about to give the reading, I'm like, they're going to misunderstand this word. They're going to misunderstand. Like I need. It's like it's an. I need to remind them what the word means. Yes. Or we don't want to be vulnerable and deep too. Exactly. Well, that's a blind spot, right? Exactly, Jasmine. Yes, it feels very egoic, dumbing down the higher self. And this is how they like again, we are the space in between. Like we live in that. We live in that house, you know? I ain't trying to hear that energy. Yeah, yeah. I like this. I like to point out like the ego is like earmuffs. Ego's like la 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 la. Like, I can't hear you. And thank you, V, for sharing the live. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Yes, Nikki. Yeshua is king. Oh, Mary Pose, I hope you have a beautiful day. And again, if there's something here that triggers you, I hope you can investigate that. Oh my God, I pulled lots of those reversals in my spread last night. Let that serve as confirmation to your reading, Alexandra. I love when my reading aligns with yours. You obviously, thank you guys. And thank you guys. Don't let yourself get triggered. And I hope they find what they need. Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Bridget, I made peace, and now my ex is reaching out for his peace, but messing mine up. I mean, I think I want to point this out. I feel like the dream was a gift to you. Remember how I said the dream was a gift for you from your higher self, saying you don't have to go through something? This is exactly what would happen. Like, I feel like the gift was something about that dream saying, look, I'm going to show you how it plays out so you don't have to explore it. You know what I mean? I'm a mess now. My fight or flight is having a time. It's okay. Listen, you can honor the fact that it's triggering, like you can honor the fact that it like, but and here's the thing. Like I feel like there was a bit of that dream that was coming through before that to help fortify you for today. I've been there. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. You know everything you need to know. You've seen everything you need to see. I mean, I feel like what's beautiful about it is that dream the higher self provided you was giving you some context to understand like where something about a conversation might lead. I'm happy he got there, but gosh, you don't have to tell me. I'm sending you support on that journey, Bridget. And again, I almost like, here's the thing about it, and I need to point this out. I think this is really valuable. I need to stress this about your dream yesterday. Um, Even if they like the message of the dream you received yesterday was a message from the higher self that was basically saying, even if someone has the best of intentions, it's okay not to feel ready to have that conversation. You know, like that was what was really important about that dream last that you brought forth yesterday. It can even be in the context of another person having the best of intentions. But if you're in a space where another's best intentions, if you're not ready for it, even in the space of another's best intentions, it's okay. Like the guy, I feel like the higher self was trying to say to you, it's okay if you're not ready to have that conversation. And it's okay to say that you might never be, you know? All right. And again, I'm sending you so much. And I feel like that is the most important thing that I want to bring forth in that dream. Like the dream itself said, you don't need to broach a conversation if you know that it's built upon the expectations of what you desire from another. I feel like there was a gift that that dream was giving you in helping you be able to see something with a deeper sense of clarity. And thank you for the follow, Stick. Um, just stick around. I'm totally going to have a reading on the true intentions. Happy to read for anything, Bridget, and sending you support right now. That just read me to filth. Oh, thank you so. Well, I'm so glad this message connected to you, Katie. Thank you for that reminder. See ourselves always, Ella. I have to leave for an hour. We'll be back for my reading. Absolutely, dear. And if you're not here, I'll hold the reading. You missed my dream reading yesterday. I dreamt of my ex, and ta-da, he texted today. That is what occurred. You've been your synchronicities the last couple of days, and especially again getting lost. I'm sending you so much support right now, Bridget. You've had a week. Bella, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, I am. My higher self stands on business with giving the heads up. It really does, That literally happened to me the other week. I don't know if you remember my dream on the text. I remember that, Nikki. Yeah. Hi there, Destiny. And thank you, MP, for the hearts. Wow, Dizzy Bird is cool. Hi there, Pops. Good to see you, dear. I know I love the Dizzy Bird. I was wondering what the chicken does, and now we know. Thank you to whoever gifted the chicken. It was adorable. I love trying new gifts. I love it too. And Renee, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Bridget, I'm emailing you a message for the reading. Absolutely, Bridget, I got you. And MP, thank you for subscribing. Strega, you are a true artist with the eyeshadow. Oh, thank you, Addie. So I keep my spirits up. Hi there, MP. You're so welcome, Alexandra. All right. Just lost my spot. Just trying to pick back up. And thank you again for subscribing, MP. Thank you. You're welcome, Alexandra. Thank you. Nikki, Aries. Aries is like, what's wrong with you guys? We are you. Yes. Yeah, that's what's happening right now. Aries is like, why is everyone so impatient all of a sudden? It's weird. Yes, exactly. Exactly. No wonder I'm obsessing with clocks. Yeah, everybody's feeling like I gotta go. Like that's the thing with Aries. It's like it's a lot of that. Like I'm excited. I gotta go. I'm like, what are you excited about? I'm late. What are you late for? I'm late. Alicia, thank you for sharing the live. I stepped out. Hi there, Susie. No, we're just about to get started. Um, why did God create IBS? Oh, I agree, Jim. It's rough. Sending you support. You have time. There are 7 people. There are. And thank you as well, Alicia. Catherine, 100% true. It's a battle. I don't like, here's the thing. I'm not a big fan of saying things are a battle of good and evil, right? I'm not a big supporter of defining things in that polarity. Um, I feel like a lot of things that we articulate as evil are those who are navigating from a place of fear. And I think that the best way that we can overcome things that we articulate as evil is being able to confront the things within us that we fear, to be able to find our higher self in the process. So I hope but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for the dream reading a couple days ago. You're so welcome, Minnie. Sunshine. If it's out of your control, it's not yours to hold. Been on my mind. I let go of what's not mine. That's absolutely beautiful way of describing it, Sunshine. That's an abs. I'm going to pin that because I actually think that's very lovely. All right. And Catherine, I believe it's why I'm always attracted and been drawn to Libras. They're magnets, man. Libras and Geminis are magnetic, you know? And that's why, again, it's hard for Libras and Geminis to set healthy boundaries because energy is just really attracted to them. You know, last night I finally had a dream without my ex and of moving forward into this open path. I love that, Minnie. I'm so happy to hear that that's the case. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there. Thank you for confirmation, MP. Nikki, reminds me of the Mad Hatter. That's a good way of describing it too. Yeah. Aries with the clock obsession. I'm late for an important date. Yeah, no, Aries is definitely the rabbit. You know what I mean? Like they're like, where are they go? Why are they in such a hurry? Like they aren't necessarily able to tell you what they're like. A good Aries always feels like they're late, but it's very hard for them to explain to you what they're late for. You know what I mean? As an Aries, I hate being late. It's a huge pet peeve. Oh, I agree. Agreed. I was just referencing your angel versus devil on the shoulder. Yes, what you say has power, so intention is important. Communication and intention are keys. Exactly. Thank you, Catherine. My friends, we are going to get started on personal readings, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. First person we are reading for today is Brooke. Brooke, thank you so much for being the first person on the list. You will also have an additional card in your reading. Can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th person read for. As a Leo, I'm always late. Yeah, that's the thing with Leos, man. It's hard, right? We're very generous with our time. Like, like Leos often get late because if anything comes towards them in the path, right, they'll be like, no, 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 I've got time. Leos almost always have a reason to explain. Like Leos will show up, be like, I know I'm late, but like they'll be like something like if someone calls, if something happens, like Leo is like, I had to stop and tie a shoelace. That's the thing with Leos. Like Leos will be late because they had to stop and tie another shoelace. You know what I mean? They're like, no, it's okay, no problem. I'm an Aries and always hold on a minute. Always Leos are always like, yeah, Leos are always like, where did the time go? Like they're generous with their time. Like they're like, I thought Leos are always like, I thought I had more time. Like, I'm an Aries and I'm always late. Is there a predisposition to that? The thing with Aries, like Aries have got like, it's Aries are overly ambitious with their time. Aries will always think that they can get more time done in time than they actually can. So sometimes if an Aries is being overly ambitious with their time, that's often why an Aries will late, right? Like Aries will look at the clock, like Aries relationship with Saturn will look at the clock and say, I can use every minute, right? Failing to forget that there might be things outside of the self that you're not like you're not calibrating for. All right. Oh, agreed. So you have to remember, you have to give yourself a little leeway for things that are outside of your control if you're an Aries. Or I like to have a dance break while getting ready. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Also, Leos don't. Here's the other reason Leos are often late is Leos don't mind waiting, right? Like that's the other reason. Like Leos don't mind are sometimes late because they themselves don't mind waiting. A Leo starts getting more timely when they recognize someone. If a Leo knows that there's someone who doesn't like waiting, you'll find a Leo gets really good with the clock, you know? Lol, my love, love my signs, but people who are late just don't care about schedules and they agree to with others. I am someone who is very conscientious about that because I don't like making others like and here's the thing, I had to go through that process as a Leo too. I used to be very wiggly about clocks, and it was the moment that, because I never minded being others being late, but it was the moment that I recognized that others were bothered by it, that I started making some of those adjustments myself, right? It's like it comes by like Leos get better with clocks when they start working through empathy. Maybe it's just my ADHD, keeping a schedule. Yes. I always have a million things to do. So true. I stopped because I saw a stranger in a nice dress, complimented them, and then we ended up talking, lost track of time. Yeah, that is like a Leo reason as to why they're late, right? Leos will be like, no, there was something like like often a Leo will have a reason. They'll be like something needed my attention. I have Aries and Mars. I mean, like Aries and Mars, it's exalted there. So easier said than done, yes. Working on it. My fatal flaw. Exactly. I can totally do things. Yeah, exactly. That's an Aries thing to do. Aries is like, I can totally do 50 things in an hour. Yeah, I just got to do it. Like, I can do, there's that. I mean, look, an Aries will say, I can do 50 things in an hour and I'll still have 10 minutes to spare. Like, it's all about clock management, right? Respecting others is tough. Showing respect and keeping your word are good qualities, though. Couldn't agree more, unbridled. Cat, as a Libra, I have a hard time being on time, that and ADHD. Libras, again, they're like, it's because like Libras are like, like Libras don't mind waiting, you know? They're like, like, I feel that it has to do with that liminal space if you're waiting but ready to go. Agreed. At least for me. It's always something that disrupts my schedule. A cut, a dress broke, a work thing. I swear. Yep. All right, my friends, we're going to get started. First person we're reading for is Brooke. Brooke, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th person read for. Second call right now for Brooke. If Brooke isn't here, we're moving forward to Purr. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 7th person read for. Hi there, Brooke. How are you doing? Brooke, good to see you. I'm dating someone new and his name is Ben. I'm wondering if we're a good match. Hi, dear. Oh, Brooke, I see you. I'm sorry. Okay, yes. Hi, I am sorry. I see you now. I apologize. All right, I've got you, dear. We've got Brooke here. Okay, so we're doing Brooke here. Kat, I got you, dear. You're on the list as well. All right, we are reading for Brooke. Can I please have, and thank you, Brooke, for being the first person on the list today. You will have 5 cards in your spread. Can I please have 5 cards for Brooke? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Highest priority messages from spirit on that energetic connection, please. I've got you. I'm going to read the list off before we get started because I have a couple of individuals asking. The list that we have right now is Brooke, Alona, Kathy, Nikki, Alexandra, and Bridget. That's the order. All right, and we are reading right now for Brooke. Brooke, you've actually got 6 cards coming out. I'm going to read all of them because that's what we do. Oh, these are nice. Oh, these are very nice. I mean, I'm feeling like I'm getting some kind of vibes on someone with like Aquarius or cat placements to a certain extent. Um, I see someone recovering from some kind of circumstance or situation where they really, really, really got their feelings hurt. Like this is some heavy stuff. Um, I think that there and the thing I'm identifying around something here is it I keep on hearing someone say, I stayed as long as I could until it made no sense. You know? Like I see someone, they might even have they might have some Leo placements too, because this is a type of energy that doesn't like walking away from things, you know? Like this is really I'm not sure why. I don't know if they've got some kind of job where they fix things, but they're like I feel like they deeply believe in their ability to fix things, you know? Like I just see someone who's like they're like I'm hearing someone say it's my job to fix things, but I couldn't fix this, is what I keep hearing. Um, but I keep on hearing that even now, you know, like I see someone that's made. I need to point this out. Like I keep on also hearing someone say that they've made peace with their past because um and I keep on hearing the word made peace is really important because it hasn't been easy. You know, like this is someone that works really hard to I'm curious to know if this energy has children because I see a lot of children around someone. So if this is not someone with children, I feel like there's something about them that is very family oriented in some way. Because I just keep on seeing a circumstance or situation of someone who doesn't think so much about themselves when they make a decision. I keep on hearing their priority is the impact that it's going to have on someone else. You know, like there's someone. It almost feels like someone who understands that love is responsibility. And responsibility, like when we come in the context, often when I see someone in this type of frequency, it's because they care for others. Because when we're in a place of caring for those who are more vulnerable than us, we understand and say, like the love that doesn't serve the self, it's thinking about what's best for those around them. There's something very, there's something very beautiful about them because it feels like incredibly patient energy, you know? It feels like the type of energy that, like, as long as someone is willing to learn, they'll take as long as it takes. You know, I keep on hearing them saying something in relationality to like like they understand. I keep on hearing the most important thing is a desire to learn, is what I keep hearing someone say. You know, I keep on hearing them say like the desire to learn, anything is possible. I keep on hearing them say, I'm a perpetual student. and I'm also a patient teacher, right? So there's something about that reciprocity of both teaching and learning, um, that is very significant or important in relationality to this individual. Um, everything I'm seeing here, like the one thing I'll tell you is like there's a lot of alignment here, but I see someone who's very conscientious. If someone is moving slowly right now, I would not articulate this as the slowness of someone who's hesitant. I keep on hearing trepidatious, not hesitant. I see someone who works very slowly to integrate someone into their lives, and that's not like, not because they don't want it to be take something to be taken personally, but I'm almost seeing a situation or circumstance that says if something is building into like consistency, it doesn't need to be rushed. You know what I mean? It feels like someone who's like looking for an authentic connection because, and they're saying like the hallmark for this is someone that doesn't feel like they're in a rush, like someone who feels like they'll take. I keep on hearing taking all the time they need, but they're saying to me it's taking all the time they need because they recognize and identify that good things take time, and trust is something that is, I keep on hearing trust is something that is earned, not demanded. But I also see someone who is like, I keep on seeing like, I don't know, like, and this is why I keep on being very curious as to why, whether there's some kind of like family connection here, because I keep on seeing that this is someone that's like, that thinks a lot about, like, I want to say they're protective about their life. But the reason I keep on hearing that they're protective about their life is because they put so much work in the energy in their life. I keep on hearing like a very close inner circle, like something that feels like someone who, you know, like once you're here, you're family kind of energy. Like it's really giving me like that type of vibration, right? Like once you're in, like it's like it's like it's a lot of that type of like they don't get over things easy, and they don't let others in easily as a result. So I would say like be patient with someone like this, and it'll pay off in a great way. Yeah. you know they're not like, it feels a little old school, you know it feels like someone that doesn't like the vibe nowadays. It feels like someone that feels like most like it feels like someone, like I keep on hearing someone say like they're a gentleman. But I mean that like not in a gendered way, but in a way of someone saying like, you know, they don't do things halfway. They put a lot of intention towards it. And I keep on feeling like there's a little bit of this frustration. Like that's why I keep on seeing like some anxiety, because I just keep on identifying someone who um, like doesn't have time to waste, is what I keep hearing. You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing like the one thing they can promise is they won't waste your time, because and all they ask in return is that their time isn't wasted, you know? So I keep on seeing that this is a type of energy that like almost says like, as long as we're on the same plate, like as long as we're on the same page, like we can take all the time in the world, right? So long as again, there isn't any kind of like disambiguation as it relates to what you're building towards with them, you know? Um, I don't know why. It might feel like something like this energy also potentially recovering from some kind of situation where someone didn't know what they want, you know? Like this feels like an energy that's like, like really intentional as it relates to the type of relationship that they're seeking. Like they're looking for an energetic counterpart. Um, but they're also being like, again, if they're being a little hesitant, it's because They don't want to fall too quickly, only to discover that you guys want different things. So just be, I just, it's very serious. It's like it's very serious energy, but very sincere is what I'm getting. I want to thank you so much for having that reading with me, Brooke. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anyone else wants to get on the list right today, you'll be the 6th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, my friends who are joining us on the Clock app, we are at 24.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Brooke, that was me in my last relationship. I think I stayed too long. I feel like there's a similarity between what you're both healing from. Like I see that there's some kind of like similarity in the fact that you both recognize like what it takes to make something work, you know? And so, but again, I got to say those cards are beautiful. So I'd say like, don't rush a process here. If someone is moving slowly, it's not saying to me, it's because of hesitation. I keep on hearing it's trepidation, right? Just making sure you guys are on the same page, being a little conscientious about who they let into their life is what I keep seeing. Thank you again, Brooke. All right, reading for Per. I know Per had to step away, so we'll see if they're here. All right. Yes, I have Aries and Mars. It's exalted there, Alicia. Yes, exactly. That's Aries. I can totally do these 50 things in an hour, and I've got 10 minutes to spare. As a Libra, I have a hard time being on time. Yeah, it's a Libra thing too. I feel that. I think it has to do with the liminal space. If you're waiting but ready to go, understood. Yep. And thank you. Do I have you from? Oh, Bridget. I apologize. You're right. I did. You were on for yesterday. I'm sorry. I didn't see you say that you want to be added to the list. So if Per, you'll be next. Yes, I'm an Aries Sun Libra Moon, so full moon Libra. Oh, definitely got feeling pulled in different directions. Yeah, Aries Sun Libra Moon can be difficult, right? Because like it's almost being hard on yourself for not being able to chill out more. You know what I mean? Per and I always want a reading on the same day. I love it, Kat. Nikki. Yep. I've got you. Hold on a minute. 2, 3, 4, 5. You're 5th, dear. You're welcome. Love seeing your heartbreak card in reverse. I love it too. Hi, Jacob. Thank you for receiving these messages. Hi there, Angie. You're so welcome. Have a good night. And Desi, you're so welcome. Thank you, Team Wilsana. You're so welcome, Leela. All right. It seems like Per stepped out. So Bridget, you're next on the list. I believe you said that you sent over. So just bear with me a moment as I read over the message. Okay, where are we? I got it here. All right. Okay. So I'm not gonna. I don't feel it's necessary to read the message out loud. But I'm going to read it so that I can get a better sense of so I can get a better sense of I guess what you're trying to figure out is the intentions around something. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. I'm glad you're in agreement. Hold on a minute. I just need to read over this message and then we'll begin. Okay. Yep. All right. Can I please get four cards? Your dream was prophetic. You know that, right? All right. Can I please get four cards for Bridget? Awful convenient. I need to stress something. Okay. The reason the dream was prophetic is, and I love to point this out. The way we can identify something that is prophetic is that in the moment that it happens, there's a deeper layer of insight that we can find in the original dream. So I'm going to return you back to the dream that you had, and I'm going to tell you about what I could see in the reading, and then the further understanding that we receive in the fact that the dream was not only, it was giving you something so that you could see something in a way even more clearly. Now, in the dream you provided you articulated yesterday, you stated the fact that they entered your house, that you were having a great time, and then a woman came and made them go away, and they went with them. Now I need to stress this about this. In that moment, you felt disgust, you felt betrayal. The context by which you received that dream, and I need to stress this because this is very important. The context by which you identified what happened in the dream space was that someone showed up, and I need to stress this. Did the woman that showed up in the dream, did they force them to go? Did they drag them out of there? Were they trying to hold on to you? Or did that person show up and they say, I got to go? Right? No, everything that you identified in the dream that you articulated yesterday is that that person, when the other woman showed up, just chose to go with her, right? And it was that violation, it was that betrayal of the fact that it was clear that there was a connection between them that they did not bring to your attention before you let them into the house. That was your relationship. You didn't tell me that part. You didn't tell me the grounds by which the partnership ended. So what they're basically saying is, and this is what's incredible, right? Because now the perception, the gift, the reason that the dream was prophetic, okay? The reason that the dream is prophetic is it was showing you something that is helping you understand something that's happening in the present more deeply. So in the dream, and this is why, if you didn't know, this is why it was a prophecy dream, because in the dream, you literally dreamed the circumstances that this person just articulated occurred. But do you recognize that there is a vast difference in what you observed that occurred in the space of the dream versus the way they articulated that it happened? Because I need to point this out. You have to look at the house. When the energy, when you said in the dream, that the energy came over and entered your house, That is the ability to permit building a relationship with them, right? It is the symbol, the energetic symbol of the dream. Them entering your house was them you allowing them into a level or degree of intimacy that you would not allow. And in that moment in the dream that you gave yesterday, when that person showed up, when that other woman showed up and they said, "Oh, this is my partner, I have to go," you felt violated. You felt betrayed. You told them that you never would have allowed them in had you known. And that is the important thing about the where you left the dream yesterday. What were you upset about? You basically articulated to me and said, "I would never have allowed you in if I had known that you are energetically connected to this person." Right? So that the reason that this dream becomes prophecy is because you are now articulating to me that the next day they come over with this story. And the story, to give you guys an indication, and without giving too many details, the text message that they've sent to me is articulating a situation of someone saying, "I didn't want to. I didn't want to lose connection with you. This other woman made me. This other woman made me. It's such a shame. She made me do these things. My ex made me." Right? Now, it's interesting because that's someone who is articulating the fact that someone forced them to stop connecting with someone, that they forced them, that they must have overpowered them, had no choice in it, right? No autonomy. They couldn't help it. Their hands, they couldn't do anything about it. It was the big bad X that caused that rift between you and them, right? But the dream, that's not what you saw in the dream. That's not what you saw in the dream. You saw the same thing that they described in the dream, but you saw it from the perception not of what they were articulating, but what was occurring and what happened in the dream space. What happened in the dream space was that someone made a choice. They made the choice willingly. They made the choice with their eyes open. And most importantly, they never told you they were making a choice until the moment came that someone came to get them, right? And so, what's incredible about the reason that that dream became prophetic is in the moment that that occurred, the dream was a gift to remind you and say, "I showed you this last night. I showed you what they showed you what that situation was." And they're basically saying, again, the most important thing you have to recognize in that space is the fact that that person keeps on saying the word made. They made me. They made me. I had no choice, right? They're not coming into a place of apology and saying, I should not have done that. They're not coming into a space of saying, "I did not act right." They're saying, "I'm sorry. I was a victim of circumstance. It wasn't my fault. It's all their fault. You should blame them and forgive me." And they're saying that there's something about that, which is, again, it's somebody saying, "Give me another chance." But they're basically saying, "Give me another chance because it didn't work out with us. Give me another chance because I made the choice of them, and clearly we're no longer together. And now I regret the choice of choosing them over you." But they didn't even say that. They could have said to you in the message, "I chose them over you and that was a mistake." But even there, even in the way they communicated it, they didn't take accountability. They said, "I'm sorry I had to do that, but I had no choice." Bottom of the deck. Yeah, they're trying to restart things with you. But they're restarting things, but they're also articulating the fact, I keep on saying, washing away responsibility, refusing to take accountability for what occurred, trying to paint themselves as a victim in their own story. So that's why they keep on saying the dream was a gift to you, because the dream saying, don't get confused as to what they say. I showed you the circumstances last night out of the context of them looking at themselves like the victim to the energetic story. Thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. And that's the thing about it. Like, here's the thing about it. Like, they're saying that they had an opportunity. Like, this was an opportunity. They could have come into that space of taking accountability, but they're navigating it like I keep on saying, like a child saying it wasn't my fault, it was their fault. Thank you so much. And again, they're saying to me, like, they're saying to me that's what they were doing in relationality to you at the time prior to that. Like, you're seeing I keep on hearing, you're seeing something from the other side. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today, still looking for Per. If Per is not here, the next person on the list for today is Kathy. I'm looking for Per or Kathy. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth person read for. We are also at 28.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. And just also, if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up later today on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on Substack. I will also point out, thank you. Oh, it's so cute. I will also point out that I'm keeping the list very short today. So if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. And 1, 2, 3. The next person, and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. All right. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Yes, thank you. My mind pulling 2 different ways, move or stay. Leela, that's often what we're experiencing right now with Jupiter and with Jupiter and Gemini. If you'd like to get on the list, I'm always happy to read for you, sending you support on that journey. Find your energetic anchor. Write down those manifestation goals. Thank you for the hashtag, MP. I know. Yeah, it was. That's amazing. The dream went from a message, like the reason, it was a message from the higher self that was a prophecy. It's really wild. Absolutely. Yes. No, I didn't know. I had no. Yeah, you did know. Like your higher self knew. Your higher self just dropped a prophetic dream in front of you before that person even articulated it to you. Yep. Yeah, he never told me his ex came back. Nope, your higher self just did. Wild. He was not disconnected from them all along. Absolutely. Yep. So the higher self was showing you the clarity of the situation without them articulating it from the perspective of the self that was trying to remove responsibility. Um, Hi there, Ms. Rosie. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. I'm afraid I'm not clear what you're writing in your comments, though. Thank you, Bridget. Thanks. Yes, I won't be responding. Sending you support on that journey, dear. I feel like I've written that somewhere. They all pretend to be victims to the story they wrote. I mean, I like to point that, I need to stress this, and I need to like really focus on that. It is not the fact that there are not situations where we are energetic victims to circumstances, but in the articulation of someone saying that another person forced them to do something, like they're building upon the context of recognizing that if someone asks you to do it and you do it, that's not being forced. That's a choice. Like they made a choice. They're basically saying, I made a choice, but they're trying to make it sound like they were forced to, right? Definitely resonated to that reading in so many ways. Thank you. You're so welcome, Gia. Thank you so much for the clarity. Really helps navigate. I feel like honestly, I'm giving I feel like you need to thank your higher self. Like I was just interpreting the dream, but I'm really grateful for you sharing it because it's beautiful about the fact that the higher self was trying to give you, like, prepare you for something that was going to occur. You know, long time and enough time to do, but no, what is the point? Sending you support, T. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. They got rid of our favorite fish. Oh no, they didn't. They did not. Oh, now I'm just upset. That's unacceptable. Oh man. All right. We're going to continue right now. Next person on the list. I'm looking for Alona or Kathy. Alona or Kathy. And you're so welcome, Brooke. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you support on your journey. All right. Hi there, Kat. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, for those joining us, we are at 28.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. General, I got you, dear. All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, please, for Kath. Highest party messages from Spirit, please. And hold on, I need to shuffle this deck. All right. I mean, this is beautiful energy, but I feel like here's the thing. I'm gonna point this out. If you're going through something right now that you're disappointed but not devastated, like congratulations. Because I just recognize like I feel like there's something coming through in relationality to a message here that just feels to me like you've overcome some kind of trigger. There is something I see you going through that in the past would have made you question yourself, would have made you feel energetically vulnerable, would have made you feel defensive. But I feel like I see some kind of work that you've been doing where you're healing, like you're healing from some feeling, like you're recognizing that like rejection is not is an illusion, you know? Like this is giving me a lot of energy here that says to me like you've been doing that work in prioritizing the self, you know? And I keep on hearing it's not pretty, it's necessary, you know? And here's the thing, I need to point this out. When we start caring about ourselves, you know, things sometimes start looking uglier, right? Because we stop internalizing that ugliness, you know? Like that's the thing about it. You know, it like and I keep on getting this message. If you're looking at something and you're like, that's ugly, you know, like you like that's the whole thing about it. Like I just see the fact that like you're no longer in a space where something can trigger or provoke you. You're not like you're not like you're like it's giving me like and this isn't me, this is one of your guides because I don't typically talk like this. It's like a situation that would have brought out an fu in you is bringing out a no thank you. You know what I mean? Like it's giving like something that would have just like completely gotten under your skin, completely completely would have stopped you in your tracks, you know? You're just it's like water like you're like, you know, like something that would have stopped you in your tracks is now just water off your back, you know? Like something that would have just stopped you dead in your tracks is just water off your back. And I keep on seeing that there's something about that that has to do with you finding yourself and not and like that is what strength looks like. You know what I mean? Like that's what we talk about when we talk about strength. Like what is strength if not the moment or the experience of being able to endure something that we recognize and realize that the past self would have crumbled beneath, you know? um, I keep on seeing, like, and I keep on hearing, like, you know, remember, like, they're like, remember, I keep on seeing, like, there's something about your path work here that isn't about making, it's about finding. It's about finding something, right? And often when we're, and it's interesting too, because often, and it's interesting too, because you've got a guide, like there's like a big guide that's working with you in some way that basically says that when we create something, I keep on saying when we create something, it's about finding, right? Like they keep on hearing the act of creating is the act of finding. It's not about what we create, it's where we put it. It's about it's about the conversation is what I see. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about this pathwork here that, like, I almost see you like having that place of navigating. Like you're navigating, like that's the thing about it. They're saying you're not devastated, you're navigating. And when you're navigating, it's like when you're on it, like I keep on hearing we're going on a treasure hunt. And when you go somewhere and you don't, and like another person doesn't see like something of value, you don't say, "Oh, I guess it's worthless." I go, "I guess you guys, like, I guess this isn't where it needs to be." Like, you know what I mean? Like they're like it's talking a lot about, like, there's a lot of conversation I'm hearing about the fact that value is intrinsic as it relates to those who are experiencing something. And so if others don't intrinsically value something that we're trying to show them, then they'll often be blind to it, which is often why I keep on hearing that often in that work, this is why we don't take things personally when someone doesn't connect to something that we're trying to communicate. We move the, I keep on hearing, we move the conversation elsewhere. We move the conversation elsewhere. We go wrong room, like, oh, wrong room, wrong door. That wasn't the right door. And that's what I'm talking about in relationality to something that I keep on hearing that you took as something funny instead of something devastating, because they're showing me that meme. Do you know that meme that I'm talking about? Where someone's like, I wonder what's in this door. And they open and they go, wrong door. And they close it. Because that's not that moment of someone who gets devastated because they open the door and it was not what they expected. They immediately shut it again and go, okay, next door. Like, you know what I mean? Like they move to the next door to a certain extent. So the guides are saying, like, they want you to think in that context, right? Like it's not about something, like, if there's something, like they keep on saying, when you're when you're in a space and you're trying to communicate something and nobody wants to hear it, you don't say, I guess I'll stop talking. You say, I guess I'll take my business elsewhere. Like, so I keep on hearing, like, you know what I mean? I'll, like, you don't stop talking. You just say, I'll, like they're saying, they're actually saying, think about it. They're actually trying to say, I don't know why they're saying this. Think about it like someone had the opportunity to connect with you, and and like they just lost the opportunity of a lifetime, is what I'm almost seeing. Like they're saying, like that's how you're going to kind of work through this experience, which is, again, you're not going to feel rejection. Like I almost see you like navigating something and saying to those, like, it's a shame. Like it's a shame, because you're like, they just when you are the ideal and another person can't see it, then you feel bad for them because you're like, they just lost out. Like, you know what I mean? Like they just lost out. So I want you, they're saying, like, really, like, I keep on hearing, they're saying, turn it, like, turn something here around. Like, let it, like, you're not asking, you're offering, is what I keep on hearing. And when we're not asking, but we're offering, and another person isn't in a space of receiving it, we go, like, I hope the day doesn't come that you regret that. Like, I see, I was being like you almost feel, you almost feel bad, is what I see. Like you almost feel bad for them because you realize, like, what it is that they just energetically missed out on. And there's something about your path work that the guides are saying that that's going to be happening sooner rather than later. Like someone's going to be like, I almost see something that they're showing me, or that someone's going to be like, I can't believe, like I see someone going, I can't believe we I can't believe, like, I keep on seeing I keep on seeing someone like saying sooner rather than later, I can't believe we missed the opportunity around you in some way. I just keep on seeing someone be like, it's like, I keep on hearing like your higher self is saying it's like they're saying it's their loss. It's not your loss. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Page of Wands. You know what I mean? Like, like I don't know why I keep on hearing there's something about like I feel like you're doing some kind of work right now in relationality to building a name for yourself. And the thing is, the thing when you're building a name for the self is that, you know, often in those moments, like when you're like when they keep on saying like, remember when you're building a name for yourself, the song you hear around you is "Who Are You?" Right? Like that's actually something interesting that's coming from your higher self, which is when you're building a name for yourself, the song you hear everywhere is like, who do you think you are, or who are you, right? And when we're able to answer that with confidence, it means it helps us find our voice. It means that it helps us kind of stand taller, right? And it almost says to me, but it almost requires us to have to be able to take one on the chin, right? Like the ability to identify who we are is not calibrated by screaming it from the rafters. It's calibrated by how many times we're able to take something on the chin. Like they're like, it's not, I keep on hearing, it's not a song, it's a boxing match. Right? Like it's not a song. I keep on hearing, it's not a song, it's a boxing match. Like our ability to navigate like disappointment and still have the ability to persevere through it. Like that is how, like I keep on hearing, that is how we earn our name, right? Because it's always, I keep on hearing, it's always remembered. It's always seen because that's because the higher self says, I see you, right? It doesn't matter how other people see you. I keep on hearing your higher self saying, I see you all the time and I am proud of you. So continue to make that higher self proud. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kat. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 21, 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Leo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm still looking for Per. If Per is not here, I am looking for Nikki. Per or Nikki. I mean, Nathan, everybody's sleep right now is absolutely whack. So if you feel like you need to get more sleep, like it's a lot of catnap energy right now because with Pisces and Aries, everybody's really drowsy and it's hard to stay down. So I actually would say right now, encouraging more naps is definitely a positive. I am very upset, Bridget, about the fish situation right now. It's fine. I love her. Um, I'm on a call. Can some kind soul tell me when I'm up in a chat? I'm reading, but no audio. Nikki, again, I'm waiting for you, but if you're on a call, that's okay. Over came a lot. I look like Celine Dion. I've never heard that before, but thank you. I think she's lovely. I'll take it. Yes, rejected, but I pushed on. Yeah, that. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about being able to take one on the chin, right? All these readings are resonating a lot with me today. Thank you, Ava, for receiving them. And Cassie, heads up, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. I went to an art battle and no one likes my work. Oh, no one liked my work. I mean, let this message serve in alignment, right? It's like it's giving me a lot of like, again, I'll take the conversation elsewhere. You know what I mean? Like they're saying, like, look at it. They're saying, don't look at it as something that you create. Say, like, look at it as a conversation. And when you're trying to have a conversation with someone and they don't like it, you say, I guess I'll take my conversation elsewhere. Thank you, Kimmy, for the follow. Remember where you came from, they said. Huh. Yes, we keep talking about how art is a conversation. There we go. Let that serve as confirmation. Wow. Thank you for confirmation, Kat. Looking for a house too. Sending you so much support on that journey right now, Kat. Hi, Per. Welcome back. I moved to Pittsburgh and I'm building my art business. Who do you think you are is the song. Yes. I want you to write that down somewhere, right? Like this is your higher self saying when you're building a name for yourself, who do you think you are is the song. Yes. It's a fight to pull it out of ourselves and show the world. Tap to claim, Kat. And thank you for having that reading with me. I was nodding while I was listening. Thank you for having that reading with me. I'm sending you so much support on this journey. And again, thank you as well for being a subscriber. Me too. That's why I chose the little octopus. It's a good alternative, but like no flack to the octopus. But we love that, girlfriend. Thank you, sweet darky, for the follow. All right. And just bear with me a moment. All right, so we're so the order right now is the next person on the list is Per. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the one, two, three, fourth person read for. And Cassie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Kimmy, thank you for the follow. All right. I keep on hearing, I'm also getting something, Kat, which is saying to me, thank you for that beautiful gift. I keep on hearing your higher self say, and that's the reason they're laughing. They're saying, you're going to look back on this day and laugh, is what I keep on hearing. But they're not saying that in an insulting way. They're saying that to you. Like they're saying that there's something about something that's coming towards you that you're going to look back at that and you're going to be like, you're going to be laughing at it because you say it was such a catastrophe. Like I keep on hearing you, I literally hear the word catastrophe, but I hear the higher self saying, we laugh about it. Like we never stop laughing about it because it was such a catastrophe. But that's why they keep on saying it was a catastrophe. It was a catastrophe because they keep on saying it becomes a story. It becomes a story that you tell. Like you're like you often share the story of what a catastrophe it was, but in a delightful way. Yes, you still get those two cards, Bridget. I was about to ask you about that. All right. Hi there, per question in the email. Thank you for letting me know. Hi there, little vamp. No problem, dear. Yes, it was wrong materials. Yeah, but I keep on hearing like it makes. I keep on hearing your higher self. It makes for a great story. It's like I keep on hearing. All right, just bear with me a moment. All right. Yep. Hold on a minute. Apologies. All right, got it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for confirming, little. Where did you send it, dear? I just want to make sure I got it. And I'm just checking messages right now for the reading that we're doing next. Just a reminder, the list is going to be short today. So if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just reading over the comments. Do I have permission to read this out loud? I just want to confirm. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you for letting me know, little. I appreciate that. Okay, so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to read Just bear with me. I'm going to read over the message that was sent over um, by Per for this reading, and then we'll get into the reading. And thank you so much, Little. I've got you on the list as well. Okay, and we've got 5 spots left for today if anyone else wants to get on the list, though I will probably be closing the list shortly. All right. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 5th person read for. Okay, so reading over Per's reading. Okay. And did you say we're doing 8 cards? I just wanted to confirm, Per. Question was too long. Okay. The cat of one of my friends gave birth to a kitten 8 weeks ago. I've seen the kitten 4 weeks ago and just thought she was really cute. But yesterday I saw a new picture of her and she spoke to me in a really special way. I would love to have a map or more insight to consider my decision related to the adoption of the kitty and to see if this is not retrograde madness or my Aries looking for adventures of boredom. That's fair. Um, one spread, oh, I see here, one spread of 4 cards. Guidance to decide if I'm ready to or have a place in my life for this kitty. I don't take the decision lightly with all the things I'm doing and will do in the future. Life path. I have asked my guides to help, and they gave me the following dream. Oh, and I can't decode it, and I'm not sure if it was related to my question. I was sitting in front of a casino slot gambling machine. Instead of random gambling pictures, I saw pictures of people's faces spinning from different eras. I was so intrigued by this show that I woke up halfway, not knowing which picture would win the spin. I have a sense these were potentially my ancestors, maybe. Okay. Now, the second spread we're doing is around the energy of today because she has no other siblings. I will be adopting 1 cat. I always had 2 to prevent loneliness. Is she fine by being able to be the only kitty now and not be lonely while I'm away? Does she want to possibly be adopted by me? I love this. I love this reading. Okay. All right. So I'm going to do the first 4 cards. All right, I'm gonna do the first 4 cards in relationality to the dream itself, and I'm gonna do the other 4 cards in relationality to the connection into the tangible space with the pet. All right, and all of them are related to the decision to have the pet. Can I please get 4 cards, please, first in relationality to the dream? And second right now, yes, in reality to the energetic companion. Thank you. So it's really interesting because what I'm effectively seeing right now is it's interesting because I know you are asking the guides about the energy of the companion animal, but the dream itself was actually directed towards you. Um, and it's interesting too because they're saying that you're going through some kind of process right now of personal transformation. You're redefining yourself at this moment, and there's something about the redefinition point that is associated with the energy of the decision as to whether to bring this companion animal in, because it has to do, like they're saying even now, um, I feel like they're saying in some kind of past experience, you would have had to ask another person for permission, is what I keep hearing. And they're saying that there's something very valuable about the fact that this is coming towards you and this is a decision that you get to make, and you alone is what I keep hearing. That is the energetic gift to a certain extent, because I just keep on seeing if this moment um like would have arrived in the past, it would have like, I keep on hearing it would have been a whole thing. I don't know why I keep on hearing it would have been a whole thing, or it would have been like, I keep on hearing for some reason there was someone in your life. It would have been like, you know what I mean? Like it would have been someone like there was someone who was like talking you out of things constantly. You know what I mean? And I keep on seeing that there's something really important about the context by which you said that you were at that you asked about this from the guides and they brought you into a casino. And the fact is that when you were in the casino space, the important thing to identify was that you were the one pulling the lever, right? That the nature of this decision, the reason that it has value is that you get to be the arbitrator as to like what occurs. I keep on hearing you get to decide, like the crank that's pulled. And they're saying that you're not only doing that in relation to that decision, but you're also doing that as it relates to the shape of your life going forward. And it's really kind of beautiful because they're saying it's like a wheel of fortune dream, which is when you like often like that's like the best approximation of the wheel of fortune card, which is when we're moving in alignment to fate, it's not necessarily being able to know what's ahead of us, right? We know a lot about what happened in the past. That's why you were seeing all those faces that look like past faces, because history's already written, right? The future is what's in unpredictable. It's getting to navigate the landscape of what might come next. So it's very interesting that you said to me that you left that dream when they were spinning, but they hadn't landed upon anything because they were saying that it does not matter. It actually doesn't matter what happens. What matters is the gift of being able to recognize that this is a choice that you get to decide as it relates to like how that decision may impact or affect you. So that's the first part about it. Like they're saying that there's something very important about the timeliness of this coming towards you because it's really amplifying the gift of it is that it's a decision that's purely based from the self. It's not having to seek outside of the self to be able to collaborate upon it. Um, and I feel like that's like and you know what's really cute is like I keep on reading about this energy. I can see why you like them so much because I keep on hearing this energy, you know, like saying, "I don't wanna be a burden." Like, that's the thing about it. Like, the energy is really sweet because I keep on seeing the energy say, like, "Don't mind me. I don't wanna be a burden." Like, this is a very independent you this is you. I keep on feeling like this energy is very much like you as it relates to who they are, which is I keep on seeing, you know, they've got a bit of an independent streak, you know? Um, there's something like there's something about this that like I mean and it's very it's really sweet because I keep on hearing and the reason I like this as a companion energy for you is because the energy is basically articulating to me that they support your decision, that it's not about them, it's about you to a certain extent. um but it's funny too because it's giving me a lot of this like don't mind me kind of energy. It's giving me the type of energy that's like very good. Like I keep on hearing they've got a bit of a rebellious streak. Like they're also going through something like that similarly. You know what I mean? They're kind of they're very much like, and that's why it's interesting too that the fact that there was that crank, right? And it was just going because they're saying that that was also them. That was giving you their opinion, which is was basically saying that anything you choose to do, they're okay with. They respect your decision. You know. Um, I keep on hearing though they're going. I think we'd be really good together. they're going. They're going. I keep on hearing them say like, I respect your decision. But like, I think we'd really be good together. Is what I keep on seeing. Like that's the thing that I think that's cute about it. It's really giving like this is all the energy that says like don't mind me. No, really, it's not about me. It's whatever you want. Like, I'll be okay either way. But, and then I hear the but, which goes, but I think we'd be really good together, because, um, it almost says to me that there's something about, your personalities that feels very energetically similar, right? Like you would be good company for each other, is what I keep hearing. Um, and I don't, if it's any consolation, I don't see you I will point out, um, you know, I don't see you regretting this decision, you know? Like I don't see any context by which that you regret this decision because again, just as they're saying, I don't want to be a burden, I see you saying to them, you're never a burden, right? Like that's the thing about it. I see that almost happening there as well. Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like and here's the thing about it, like there is I keep on seeing it's not so much like sometimes sometimes choices are presented to us to realize the gift in being able to make a choice is what I keep on hearing. And they're saying like the beauty of this connection and also the beauty of being faced with a decision is feeling the amplification of being able to decide something without feeling like there's going to be some kind of repercussions if you make the wrong choice. I don't know if there's some kind of situation that you're moving away from where someone was always in that space of saying do whatever you want and then getting really hard on you if they felt like they didn't like the choice you made, but they're saying that there's something about this in itself is allowing you to have a healing moment to say like the beauty of it is regardless of whether it's a good or bad decision, you ultimately get to decide if it is. Nobody's going to come down on you for it because they're saying that that moment, that like they're saying they keep on showing me a situation of someone who always say, I don't care in the midst of a decision. And then you making a decision. And it felt like every decision you make was always the wrong decision because it's almost saying like it's pretty easy that way, isn't it? It's very convenient to be in a space that you say, I don't care unless I don't like it. Like that's some trauma that you're healing from. And often when we have trauma moments, it makes us scared to make decisions because someone says, do whatever you want. And then they punish us for doing something that we didn't recognize or we didn't like mentally we didn't feel like it feels like you're healing from some energy that feels like it was always creating mental traps for you, right? Do whatever you want and then being like, but there will be consequences if I don't like it, right? Thank you. So like that is like, and the fact that you can make that decision and know that that's not on the other side of it, that's also a part of this healing journey, which is again, the fact that you're like, I'm worried about making the wrong decision. The guides are saying that person's not in your life anymore. Like there is no wrong decision, right? It's like they're saying like it's almost feeling like a moment or an opportunity to follow your bliss. And following our bliss isn't the fact that we make the wrong decision, but we're happy with our choices, right? Like when we're following our bliss, there aren't any bad decisions. There's things we would do in hindsight better, but we honor our choices. So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, if you can respond in all caps, let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Hi, Alexandra. How are you doing today? All right. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you so much for all of those gifts during the read, Alexandra. I appreciate Little Vamp. Always get the kitty. The cat distribution uh, system is a flawless system. It is really it's really really good work there. It's just beautiful. Thank you, Purr. Absolutely. The kitten is there to help. Like the kid, it's funny because the kid, what's interesting about it is the kitten is already helping. Like that's the thing that's wild about it is the kitten is already helping to heal something. Is what I keep on getting about this, which is kind of cool. Yes, in the past I needed cats. Now I don't need it, just want it. Yes, you get a kitty. You get a kitty. I decided for you, Per. Get the kitty. I love you guys. As an Aries, I say get the kitty and everything will work itself out. You guys are so sweet. Also, when you get the kitty, we're going to need to see pictures in the Discord. There you go. Love it. I love this. Just afraid she will be lonely. No astral warriors, please. I don't see an astral warrior here if it's any consolation. Yes. I have one cat and I hate leaving her because I feel like she's lonely. The one thing I keep on hearing is like this feels like a cat with an Independence Street. Have a good one, cat. You're so welcome, Purr. All right, I got you, Alexandra. And everybody, thank you for the encouragement. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I'm doing good. The reads today have been on target. Thank you, Alexandra. Ma'am, I'm still connected in the Mercury retrograde cycle, sending you support on that journey, Hardy. My question is on their intentions and the wall. Lol, wanted insight if there's an energetic ideal or if it's fear-based that can dissipate. All right, I got you, dear. All right, and thank you again, Per, for having those readings with me. Can I please get, yeah, 4 cards for Alexandra about what's going on. One more. 2. We got 5 cards coming out. I'm going to read all of them because that's what we do. It doesn't feel so much like a wall. It feels like some kind of fear of missing out. You know? And here's the thing about it, like fear of missing out will have you missing everything. You know, we talk about this a lot. Fear of missing out will have you missing everything. And I just keep on like, I don't know why, but like, I see some kind of like, I also keep on hearing you can't, and here's the thing, like somebody's intimidated by you, you know? Like I think it's really um and it's interesting too because I see a situation where they've never encountered someone like you, which is it's funny because I'm getting a message of someone saying like it's not like somebody recognizes that the barrier between you and them is not the barrier that exists that says they can have their cake and eat it too. It's literally a situation or circumstance that I hear you saying to someone being like, I like cake too. That's fine. We're all going to eat cake. And someone suddenly being like, no, I see, like, I literally see someone who like, and this is the thing about it. Like when we, like, when we want, like when we desire, and we talk a lot about this here, what happens here and what happens here is that we have to be in a space that we are, I need to point this out, some manifestations we don't have the fortitude for. Like some things, they work out real good in here. We like this is the beauty of a manifestation. Like sometimes we've all had these moments. We want to manifest something, and then we move towards it. And we go, this is not what I expected it to be. This is not how I expected to feel. Like this is not like something was good up here, but then like intangible, it was not good. And when we don't know ourselves, like when we don't know ourselves, it's often easy to like like fantasize on something that we're not energetically prepared to handle, right? And and I feel like this is what's happening between you and another person. Like, and the thing that's driving me wild is someone realizes you're the real deal. You're everything they were looking for. But that's scary. That's terrifying because suddenly they have to like embody and truly understand. I keep on hearing the consequence. Like I keep on hearing like if you're not in a space that you're ready for it, it sometimes feels like you meet the consequences of your manifestation. And I need to point this out. The best way I like to describe this is like one of the ways we can tell that we're on the right path is by articulating the words we've met our match, right? Because when we're in a good space, right? When we're on a good space and we meet our match, it's like a celebration. We're like, yes, 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 like yes. Like, it's like woo, you get very happy. You get, it's like you're like I've met my match. Now I want you to think about the other way. Okay. I want you to think about the other way that someone can say that. Okay. I want you to think about the other way that someone can say that if you're not in a space that you're good with your like if you're not in a space where you're energetically good with yourself, where you're like, I have met my match. Like what are you why are you saying it like that? What are you doing? Like why are you saying it all creepy? What are you like why? Like why are you saying it? Like what does that mean? Like you know what I mean? Like it's that type of energy, right? Like, I literally see a situation, and the reason I'm laughing is because this is kind of ridiculous. You know, this is some kind of energy of someone who's been nitpicking something to within an inch of its life. And here you are, here you come, and you're everything that they ever wanted. And why are they running? Why are they running? Because, like, if we're not ready to navigate our manifestations, then we like I keep on hearing someone go, but not like that, and being like, but that's the way it is. You know what I mean? It's giving me a lot of like it's like you can, and that's what I keep on hearing. Like their guides are ones going, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? You can't say you want something and then not be able to show up for what it takes to have it. You know what I mean? Like that's why I keep on hearing that there's something funny because they keep on saying like, and that's why it's funny because I'm talking to their guides about this. They're like, "You're cake. You're the cake they've been looking for." But like suddenly they're scared of cake. Like suddenly they're scared of cake. Suddenly they're scared of cake, you know? And that's a them I keep on I mean like honestly, their guides are saying to me respectfully, that's a them problem, not a you problem. Like respectfully, they got to do some soul searching on that. That's what I get. Like they got to do some soul searching on that. You know, like it's giving me a little bit of that space. It says like they have to do a little bit of soul searching when it comes to that because like their own ability to recognize and identify. Like I keep on seeing, you know, like I keep on hearing the same messages, which is like, you know, like the perfect person doesn't exist. It's who we're energetically ready for. And if this person's like nitpicking their way through life, like leapfrogging back and forth from experiences, and then like every time they start building into a connection, they say, "Don't fence me in," and they run in the other direction. It's like, like if they're running in circles, they only have themselves to blame for being dizzy, you know? Like there's something about this that feels like it feels a little ridiculous, you know? Bottom of the deck. Like I keep on seeing a situation like again, like guides are like like people, like the guides are You know, like I literally see it feels like there's a situation where there's some angelic intervention. Like someone wished upon a star and you showed up. And now, and it's like, again, and this is why we recognize, I need to point this out. This is why we talk about it. A good manifestation does not change us. We arrive to it, right? We find ourselves within it. We don't look for reasons. Like we don't say, oh, well, if this happened, I would become a different person, right? Like, and in those moments, I just see that, like, the difference between something happening to us and something working for us is understanding like what we're working towards. And I keep on seeing that, like, this is someone who's like following their passions full tilt. You can't have that. Like, you can't have a relationship that you just follow, you do whatever you want. You can't say that you want a counterpart and then say, but I also want to do whatever I want. It doesn't work that way, right? Like it literally, I literally see, like, that's why I keep on seeing that someone has gotten, I keep on hearing, you are the closest approximation to what another person is seeking in a manifestation. All they would need to do is give an inch. But even here I see them, they're like struggling on that inch because they're so focused on doing something the way they want to do it. And the guides are like, you can do whatever you want so long as you learn how to like work with another person, and someone being like, no thank you. Like they're like no, and being like, well then I can't. Like that's why the guides are like throwing up their hands, because they're like, I can't help you. Like I feel like the energy is like, what are you like, like they're so exhausted. Like this is like ancestors that are like throwing up their hands and eat and like screaming because it feels like something was like orchestrated. Like, the guys are like, you just can't please some people. Sometimes I do readings like this and the guys are like, some people can't be pleased. you know I hope that helps. Thank you so much, Alexandra, for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. And the guys are like, we'll keep doing this. Like you don't even like it's patient, but like gee, like even some things like all right. If you would like to get on the list for personal reading, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for here on these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 3rd person read for. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But friends, we are at 32K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective by means of a giveaway. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Yes, I will definitely want to see pictures of Kitty if the kitty arrives. Hold on a minute. Then you get 4 kitties. I did. I love it, cat. Yes, I have 1 cat, and I hate leaving her because I feel like she's lonely. Gray confirmed she's fine. It's just me that feels that. I remember, yes. Sounds like an energy long time ago. Maybe my dad. Thank you, Per. Have a good day, cat. Hi there, Alexandra. You're welcome for the encouragement, Per, and thank you for having that reading with me today. All right. Or it's fear-based that can dissipate. We need to make sure it's to say we're going to read. Hold on. We need to make sure it's to say we're going to read all of them because that's what we do. Yes. Yes. Oh my God, I would love that on a shirt. We should do a shirt like that. Put that as a suggestion. I need a suggestion space. I need to start making shirts. You have to grow. No, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, this is literally, like, I literally see some guys right now, like, it feels like someone being like, they asked to meet, like like I can see someone being like, they asked to meet you. Like that's why they're upset. Like they keep on refine. I need to point this out. They keep on refining the manifestation goal. But it's like, and that's the thing about it. Like I keep on hearing, you can split hairs to the cows come home. You know, nothing is like they have to, like nothing is perfect. It's what we make with it. Like it's a lot of this like stop looking around, stay in your lane kind of energy. Like I'm frustrated reading for it because like, will they even know? Yes, I thought you were talking about my shirt reference. Goes both ways. Yeah, it feels like they may not be ready to leave behind the life. And I know, like that's the thing. Like, I got to point this out. Like the thing that drives me nuts about this is like this is like they're blowing it. Like I'm just like I mean, like I wouldn't tip. Sometimes I see something and I'm like, this is ridiculous because like how old is it? Like this person, like what are you ready? Like what are you like? You know what I mean? Like what are they waiting for? You know? Oh my gosh, thank you. Yeah, I mean this is like what that like this is absurd. Thank you. Yep, it totally does. And he said, let them eat cake. I mean, literally, I see something here. It just literally, it feels like someone being like, you know, like I just, it's like this, like, it's like someone, it's like the spirit of cooperation. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing that's driving me nuts about the reading. It's like this is not asking for much. Oh my, this resonates with me. I literally told him, "You can have your cake and eat it here too." And then them being like, "No, here, what if I have cake and you have no?" Like, this is a situation. This is literally a situation. I see someone being like, "You can have cake, I can have cake, we all can have cake," and someone being like, "No, this is how it's going to work. I want cake. Nobody else gets cake." What? Like literally, like, what? How, like, explain, like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Like that's like, it's like that. It's like that. Like I can't when I read energy like this because it's like, if your manifestation doesn't make sense, I see, I literally, I see, like, I see their guides, like literally about to throw in their towel on someone. Like they're just like, yes, yes. In this case, size does matter. Yeah, it's literally like I see, like it's like you and like you're like like it would be so perfect. All they would need to do, like it's driving me crazy to read on it because it's like I can't. Sorry. Oh, buon compleanno, Ifo. And thank you for the follow. I'm happy to read for you, dear, if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Here, one sec. I need to get a charger. No problem, Nikki. Take your time. I definitely see that. Thank you for the read. I think, and here's the thing about it. Like, again, and this is what the guides are saying. Like, if the bar is on the floor, please do not lower it. Like, this is like, remember the difference between like, like, like if someone is like making a stand on the most ridiculous thing, do not lower your, like, again, it's like this is someone who's like, it's like the principle of it and being like, the principle of what, like, you know what I mean? Like this is like it's not like, it's like you don't argue about the principle of something when something's intrinsic, you know. I definitely see that. Yep. I think it not being a hell yes from them is a hell, and that, like, and here's the thing again, like if they, like, you are everything. I keep on hearing, if you're everything they're waiting for, if they're like, if they're making if they're like, if they're like this is giving me like literally the energy of someone like looking a gift horse in the mouth, you know. Like this is someone like looking for like, and that's what we mean about looking a gift horse in the mouth. Like when you're looking, when everything you're looking for arrives and you're looking for every reason like to say no to it, the guides are like, I can't help you. Like, the guides are like, you know, all the kitties. Thank you. Yes. All right. We're going to continue right now. Next person on the list is we're reading for Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Okay, back with another dream interpretation. Oh, I love it. Excellent. Looking forward to it. And Catherine, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate you as well, Alexander. Like again, honestly, it feels like a lot of like again, I keep on hearing like the message from your guides are, your manifestation goals are not a negotiation. If you've articulated what you want from another person and they're running around in circles because of it, it's like don't wait, move, like just, it's like you can't make it make sense, and especially if someone's being ridiculous, you can be like, like you can say to someone like, I haven't changed what I want, but you have to walk towards it, you know? All right. You're so welcome. I appreciate you as well, Alexandra. All right. We're doing a dream interpretation now for Nikki, a dream interpretation for Nikki. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. And just bear with me a moment. All right. No, it's okay, Nikki. I know that there are character limits. Hi, Opal. How are you doing, dear? Okay, so dream interpretation. Okay, context. My partner had a super intense day yesterday. Saved a child from a burning car. Oh my gosh. Nikki, oh my goodness. Okay. I mean, amazing. After he kind of freaked out and was acting out of character, I think from the trauma. I mean, I can imagine something like that is incredibly, incredibly traumatizing. We're just holding for those who are joining us. We're waiting for the rest of Nikki's giving a dream interpretations reading, so we're just waiting for the rest of the message. And Bean, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All I saw that came through, Nikki, is eep. So I'm waiting for the rest of the message. Take your time. I know sometimes typing in this app can be a little bit difficult, so no worries. And Bean, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. Hoping that goes through. Oh dear, it didn't go through. The last message I saw was after he kind of freaked out and was acting out of character, I think from the trauma. and just take your time. I know sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to get the message through across here. All right. Did that work? I haven't seen it come through, dear. This app likes to eat comments. So it doesn't like something that you're posting. I can say you can also send the message over the app itself. If you want to send it where you sent the donation payment, we can also wait to have it read there. I don't want you to keep on losing. I don't want you to keep on putting the work in to put it there and not. Okay, why don't you do that? So why don't we do this right now? So Nikki, you take the time to write the message as it relates to the dream, and I will go forward and do Amanda's reading. You can't. Unfortunately, I can't receive the DM because I'm here on the. I'm here, so I'm here on the like app, so I can't receive the DM because I'm here. So, like, but if you want to send it, you can either email it to me or you can put it in the Discord or you can put it via the messages in the payment. Okay, sounds perfect, dear. All right, so we're going to take a moment and pause on Nikki. I mean, and first of all, I'm assuming that your partner works in some kind of special services, and I just want to thank them for their service because that is incredible. Beyond the dream itself, that is incredible, and I can understand why they may be experiencing trauma from it. And I'm sending them support on that, and I want to thank them so much for their work. It's incredible. He doesn't. He stopped and helped. That's wow. That's intense. Wow. All right. Thank you. All right. The next person we are reading for right now is Angels Everywhere, man. Angels Everywhere. Incredible. No, it's incredible. Next person we're reading for is we're going to take a moment and wait for Nikki's reading to come through. And we're going to be reading for Amanda. Amanda, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the third person read for. Hi there, little vamp. And Marieva, thank you as well for those hearts. All right. Hi there. My partner and I have been going through it. Is it time for me to move on? Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from spirit and relationality to that connection, please. Highest priority messages from spirit. All right. 4 cards, please. I mean, I keep on, I'm reading on something here that feels to me like there's a bigger issue occurring right now. And it doesn't have to do necessarily with you. I feel like this has to do with them. Um, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on getting some kind of feeling of someone that's in a lot of pain, like a lot of pain, and some kind of pain that's making it very hard for them um, to be able to do something like the way that they would like I keep on hearing I don't know why they're saying to me, I feel useless, you know? Like that's what I'm hearing from them. I'm hearing them saying like they feel useless and they recognize that they're taking it out on those around them, you know? Um I do feel like there's something here that's able to be fixed, but they need to I keep on hearing they need to recognize and realize it's not going to fix itself, you know? Like I just keep on seeing a situation or circumstance that I feel like there's something here where someone's like been white knuckling through it, you know? Like I just keep on getting a sense of someone who's been like white knuckling through something and not wanting to talk about it and saying that they're okay. But and I gotta point out, like they're it's like, you know, it's like it's not about being able it's like it almost feels like someone that's like enduring something that they don't have to endure. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me some kind of feeling like someone who keeps on insisting and not coming to the reality that this is their reality right now. Like you know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it. Like I keep on hearing someone saying like and again, I'm not going to turn this into a medical read, but I almost hear someone saying like and I've seen this sometimes when I read for someone. They're saying like when I get better instead of understanding that like this is effectively like this is their better. You know what I mean? Like they might need something here that amplifies and articulates um like like eh, and we like I have to talk about this. Sometimes this happens in spaces where someone has been deeply traumatized, right? Because often and this is the thing with trauma, and this is like we talk a lot about this here. Like when we carry trauma, we often have that feeling of saying to ourselves, "Oh, when I get better." But like that's the thing, we don't get better from trauma. Like we've talked about that. Like trauma is not about saying when I get better. It's understanding and recognizing how we carry something, right? It's like it's how we carry something that is the articulation point on how well we're handling trauma because we can't like that's the sad thing about trauma. We can't let it go. Trauma sticks to your hands. If it was if it was it wouldn't be trauma if we could let it go. You know what I mean? If it wasn't if we could let go of the trauma, it's like if we could let go of the trauma we would, but we can't, right? Trauma is the pain that we endure that we wish we could relieve of ourselves of, but we instead we have to identify that we find that way to live with. And I keep on seeing that it feels like it requires someone to recognize that. And that's why I feel like the reason that this is being brought forth is they're giving me these examples of ways to describe this because I feel like it's almost someone who's waiting for it to get over something. But it's like the minute they're going to get over it is when they understand that there's no getting over it. It's just who they are now, right? It's just where you exist, and that's painful. But I feel even now that there's something about that, and this is the major point that's coming through. We can't heal something unless another person acknowledges that there's something wrong. Like we can't fix something if another person is constantly in a space of saying, no, it's your problem, or I'm sorry, I'm like this, right? The space of being able to find that point of identifying what feels productive is articulated in being able to talk towards what you can do to change. And so they're saying that everything you need to know in relationality as to whether that this is a situation that you can fix or if it's something that's requiring you to kind of like exist within is whether they're willing to take that work on. And I'm going to tell you right now, everything I keep seeing here is fixable. Like there is a very clear solution, but and I got to stress this, it almost seems like a circumstance or situation that requires another person to get outside support with something. And I will point this out. If you're having a conversation with someone and they're doing something continuously and repetitively that they can't stop doing and they don't want to do it, that is literally the circumstances by which another person is identifying that it's okay to get help for it, right? We are able to get help for things when we articulate that, again, there's something that we don't want to do that we keep doing, and we can't stop ourselves from doing it. That is literally the mechanism, like there is support for that, right? But it can't, that the only way you can get that support is acknowledging that that is like occurring. And so they're saying that now, like the thing, and again, it almost feels like something that may require an intervention. Bottom of the deck on this reading. And that's the thing, like that's why we talk about interventions, like, and that's what's so difficult, like that's why we talk about an intervention, because an intervention says that we've reached the limit to what we can do without another person taking the responsibility on what they themselves can do, right? And so I keep on hearing that there's something about this, the relationship, and this is why I keep on hearing an intervention point is solvable, an intervention point is workable, but an intervention point becomes impossible if someone does not recognize that where the like refuses to acknowledge that there's something that needs to be worked on. So I would say like think about having a conversation about an intervention, and it doesn't have to be in the space of trying to make someone feel bad. It doesn't need to be in a space that you want someone to feel guilty. Again, if this is something that others recognize too, sometimes having others in that space to have that conversation can help, because often the reason that interventions are difficult is they require us to effectively have to do that work of showing something to another that they might not necessarily be able to see within themselves. And sometimes if you're trying to show something, if you're trying to show something to another that they can't necessarily see within themselves, kind of having energy there to help support and show that can sometimes, you know, give them time to say like, look, we're not here to say like this or nothing, but that like we want to help you through this. We want to help you get on the other side of something, but we can't do that without you also needing to choose that for yourself. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Amanda. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki. Oh, hold on a minute. Nikki, I'm gonna just let you. I believe you said that I believe you said that you sent it over in the payment. All right. All right. And Linda, thank you for the follow. All right, where were we? And friends, we are at 35.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for continuing to tap that screen. It also helps to share the live. If you're hanging out in the FYP, come on in. The water's fine. That makes sense. Thank you for confirmation, Little. And Linda, thank you for the follow. My daughter says she's useless constantly. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Linda. It's so hard. Continue to reaffirm them how special they are and how that's not true. Thank you for confirmation, little. He won't talk to me about it. That's what I mean. Like if this is a fixable situation, but they need to acknowledge that the work is like what the work is. Like that ability of articulating the plan, it's like the like lay the plan out and say, I need your buy-in, you know? Hi there, River. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Tough. I once had a partner with depression, not seeking help and not talking. And that's the thing about it. Like, sometimes with energy like this, it's hard because it feels good. You know what I mean? Like I can see someone, you know, like this is heavy. I can see someone that's like they've got a cloud over them. And that's the thing I keep on seeing. You have to say to someone, you don't have to be under you don't have to be under that cloud, but I can't live under it either. Like that's almost like what I hear you having to say to someone, which is like I want to live with you in the sunlight, you know? Hi there, Nikki. Got it. I couldn't send it. Okay, thank you, Nikki. I got you, dear. Thank you. I would be happy with one or two cards. Again, Jay, I offer free card readings for subscribers or for those who send the donation payment. So I send you I hope you have the most beautiful birthday. But I'm afraid if you'd like to have a reading with me, that's the energetic exchange. Thank you. All right. And Sunshine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. And just bear with me a moment. I am pulling up Nikki's question. Just a reminder to anybody else who's joining us, if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the next person read for. Okay. I got you, Nikki. All right. And do I have your permission to read the dream aloud to the collective? Yes, you can read it. Excellent. Thank you for confirming. All right. So we're doing a dream interpretation reading now. Um, Following up on what was commented, so as they mentioned, their partner just had a very traumatic experience where they saved a child from a burning car. So in the dream, um, so he had a bit of a breakdown after in front of others on social media, and I was trying to get him to calm down. We're long distance, FYI. Following that, I had a dream where he cheated on me with a sex worker on his birthday. I wasn't there. And he said, well, it was my birthday and you're not here. Weirdly, I wasn't even jealous. I was just disappointed. I said, we don't do that. It's not okay. And he said, oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I won't do it again. But it was weird. I watched the whole thing unfold graphically from afar, which feels telling. And I don't have a fear of him cheating. It feels more related to the events of yesterday, specifically deeper meaning. Yep, I already got it. Yeah, can I please get four? And thank you. Thank you, Nikki. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Nikki? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Okay. Oh, one moment. Oh, yeah. And one more, please. Yeah, it's a dream about the trauma. It's a dream about the trauma. So the thing about this is, and I want to kind of the reason. Okay, I need to stress this. It is a dream about the trauma, but the reason that the trauma changed, the reason that the trauma morphed in the dream space was because it was articulating to you how it feels to be in a circumstance or situation, in understanding that when we are energetically connected to someone, right, when we are energetically connected to someone, their trauma becomes our trauma, right? This is often why I keep on hearing we can get trauma by extension of the energetic connections that we build to one another, right? Like we've all had those moments, right? Like again, I want you to think about those moments where we've had a situation or circumstance where someone you've cared about has had some kind of serious trauma occur to them. Sometimes it feels like you yourself had like you yourself experienced that, right? It's those moments that like they sometimes the trauma knocks us to our core, and it's not necessarily even the trauma that we experience tangibly. It is the trauma that we experience via the energetic connection. And basically the dream was a communication of the trauma that you were also experiencing at the same time as them. It's almost amplifying the fact that you also need support right now. You are also being traumatized. The difficulty point is, and this is what's really hard when we have trauma by extension, we feel selfish for asking for it, right? We feel selfish for asking for that type of support because we don't want to take and this can be very difficult in relationships because especially when this happens in relationships, we are doing so much work when we're in relationality with another, when our counterpart, right? This just shows again the etheric connection that we build in relationality. When our counterpart is experiencing something, it's so difficult because it feels like we ourselves are also experiencing it, but we have to be the supportive arm, right? We have to be the support system. So it's often really difficult because you're trying to support someone through their trauma, and you're trying to push your trauma aside in the process. You're trying to make your trauma go away. Your trauma's trying to come in, and it's like I'm being traumatized too, and you're saying go away, come back another day. That's what happens to the supportive arm in a traumatic situation, right? You displace the trauma. You say to the trauma, now is not the time. I'm not going to make this about us, right? Like you prioritize the trauma that you take care of. You go, that person's in the emergency room. We have to stay here. Like we have to work, we have to help them. So, effectively, the dream space was creating an environment by which it was okay for you to feel validated in holding the trauma that you are actively experiencing in the terrestrial plane. Because here on the terrestrial plane, what was happening was that you and your counterpart were being traumatized, but it was happening to them. And so you felt your trauma come up and you said your trauma, absolutely not. You go away. You get out of here. You leave, you get out of here right now. You cannot, this is not the time. You basically had to say to your trauma, now is not the time. I am not I cannot be here. I cannot be traumatized right now. I need to show up. So what is happening? Your trauma is coming towards you in a dream space, in a place that you can embrace it. And how is the trauma communicating in a way that you can embrace it? By creating a context that you're connected to it happening to you, right? They're showing you the pain that occurs by means of extension, which is, and again, like it's being articulated by via the connection of being cheated on, which is again the fact that you said you didn't mind it, right? But it's articulating the fact that you're experiencing a moment that you feel like there's no one to hold you in your trauma as this is occurring because it would feel selfish of you to ask. So the trauma is recontextualizing the situation in the dream space so that you can process it in a way that feels like it is valid. It feels like it is okay, right? It's creating a space that feels like it is validated to feel the trauma because it's giving you a place in the dream space to kind of work it out through yourself. And that's why you said it felt okay. It felt okay because you felt validated in feeling the trauma, like you were literally healing, like your neural network was creating, like your guides were creating a context by which you could feel the trauma and then release the trauma, like just immediately. That's why you were like, I'm fine. Like, you're like, because it's like the trauma release program is working just fine. Like, that's the thing about it. You don't need someone to hold you. You need someone to validate your trauma, right? You need someone to make you feel okay with being traumatized as much as you are, not by, but also not feeling like you're making it about you in the process. So I'm going to say that here, it's okay, even here, to understand that you're being traumatized by extension. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energies, just something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, it's shake it out. It's a shake it out dream. Like, these are your guides creating a shake it out dream, which is, again, like when we have like, and again, what's hard with secondary trauma or tertiary trauma is that secondary and tertiary trauma can feel very difficult to release because we don't want to suck the air out of the room. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be the person, like, you don't want to be the person, like having a fit in the midst of something else bigger happening. So when we're working in that context of like having that trauma, sometimes it really gets stored up in the body because, like, it's like you don't know where to put it. You know what I mean? You're like, oh crap. Yeah, it's like you're holding something. You're like, I can't, and this is awful, right? And so they're saying, like, there was actually something very healing. I know. And here's the thing about it: the guides are saying, like, sorry that we had to, like I see the guides literally saying, like, sorry that we had to, like, sorry that we had to, like, come up with something that felt like a violation. But the guides are almost saying, like, we needed to figure out a situation that would make you feel connected to them and feel validated in being able to have trauma. Because, like, and that's why, like, even you being like, I feel okay with it, like, it wasn't that bad, because all they were looking for, they were like, the only thing that you need right now is, and I need to point this out, trauma is released when it's validated. Sometimes we don't need someone to hold us in that space. We just need someone to say it's okay to feel that way. Because sometimes in the moment that we heal from that need, like, it's like, again, it's a heart opening, right? It was heart opening work. And when we're heart opening, it's like, wow, it feels good to get that off our chest, right? Heart opening is like, whew, feel like, whew, that feels better. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's like you have to put it somewhere. So it says to me that there's something about the dream that it was trying to create a functional scenario by which it was safe to release the trauma. um and so again, like, and so I see, even, and like, even there, in the fact that you are articulating and being like, you recognize you felt better, like, it's further validated by the fact that you felt better, because the dream was basically creating a siphon by which you could let off that frustration point without storing it within the but like you were able to release it in the dream space without storing it in the terrestrial body. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. Now's a great time to get on the list. I'll probably only be able to do one more reading today. It is three. Actually, I'm actually going to close the list. I'm going to take that back. We're closing the list right now. If anyone else would like to have a card pulled, we're going to start doing one card readings for subscribers right now. So if you are a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and you will be added to the subscriber list, and you'll be able to have a card pulled. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And also, we are at 39.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. And thank you. I appreciate you going to the work of, and I will point this out for any of you who are subscribers who have dream interpretation readings or past life readings that you would like me to read for. You can always go to the Discord channel. In the Discord channel, we have a past life section. We also have a dream interpretation section that you can just post your dream, and I can go directly there and read over the dream if it makes it a little easier. And Sunshine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. 1:23 p.m. Tap to claim. Yes. Oh, yes. Confirmation, little. I had that with my little sister when she lost her best friend. Thank you as well, Bridget, for confirming. We got you. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. The hard part is I'm so incredibly proud of him, but I feel for him so deeply that I feel his feeling. Yeah, no, I understand it completely. Like that's what I mean. Like there's no one. I keep on hearing the dream was about the fact that there was no one to hold you through your corresponding trauma. And so hard to be long distance. No, I'm sending you so much support on this. Like and that's why they're saying like the dream was trying to create a space where you were feeling valid to release that trauma. Extra layer is my dad passed, and the only reason he was there was because he went to get my dad's favorite wine. Again, angels come in many different forms, Nikki. Angels come in many different forms. Have to claim. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing it. Sending supplies, sending you support as well, Ella. Yeah, again, right? And it's wild that you said that before. Thank you as well, GF, for the sharing the live. Yeah, the dream was very. I know, and that's why it's funny because like I know you said the dream was ew, and they're saying like we like we're like I'm seeing them going. We're sorry, we were like doing it in the pinch. We were trying to find the easiest. Like see them being like it's like they were trying like it's literally like it's like the guide's giving an apology, being like, the end, like it's giving me a little bit of like the ends justify the means kind of thing from a guide perspective, if it helps. Yes, that would be rough. Need to bleach my brain eyeballs. Yeah, exactly, little. Yes, it wasn't even that bad. That's why it wasn't though that bad because you like they're saying in the fact that you got to feel validated, the trauma dissipated. Like the fact that you said it wasn't that bad was because it was like the dream was just a charade. Like the dream was just a charade to release the trauma. That's why it wasn't so bad. It wasn't really happening. Like that's the thing about it. You're welcome, T. Yes, you can do that. Actually, yes, Bridget, we've got 2 cards for you right now, too, dear. All right. And thank you again for sharing that dream. And please, again, sending both you and your partner so much support. I'm so glad that everyone is okay. To Melly, 1 card on photography, please. Keep on going. Consistency. Every time I read for you on this, like small victories. Don't overextend. Yep. Like, yeah, it's giving me like inchworm energy right now. Like, don't take any little like large leaps, like baby steps, right? Let something I keep on hearing, like slow growth is better than like rapid expansion. MP, I would like a card pulled. Hold on a minute. I would like a card pull on spiritual growth. 1 card, please, for MP. Highest priority messages from spirit. I mean, if you made it through this eclipse without being triggered, congratulations. You're doing just fine. Like it sometimes, like sometimes the journey is not just doing something new, it's not being triggered. And I feel like you're doing a lot of work right now in being able to face your fears and not being triggered. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. And that doesn't mean, you know what I'm going to say here? That doesn't mean we run towards our fears full tilt. Okay. You know what I'm going to say here? When we are navigating from the place of our fear, we find the ability to confront it, right? We look towards it and we say, what are you trying to show me? Right? Is it something that I can do differently? Is it something that I can change? Or is it something that I'm not recognizing within the self? So continue to do that work. Um, and I gotta say, I keep on getting a message. Like sometimes when nothing is happening, you're doing just fine. Like you being able to like navigate a situation, like, and again, if things feel like often, I always like to point out like the song of us healing from our triggers is that's weird, right? Because someone's just like it's like something that would have like bothered us just like seems bizarre. So if that's occurring right now, again, congratulations. All right, hold on a moment. I appreciate you as well, T. Yeah, it's just sort of like no, no, no. Exactly, exactly, Nikki. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, like, like that, like the like, I need to say the humor in the situation was that even I feel like even in the context of the counterpart, you recognize, like, they were coming in as a supportive thing, they're like, "Oh, yeah, of course, I won't do that again because they never did it." Like, they never did the, like, they're like it's like the fact that, like, even there, the guys were like, "Okay, I'll never do that again." Like, they were just, like, just trying to process through the trauma because it felt so out of character. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like guys are like, yeah, we got to move through this quickly. We got to move through this quickly before she catches on, you know? All right. Yeah, just sort of like to see. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you're like, just. All right. Ava, may I have an angel led? Okay, one card, angel led, please, for Ava. Highest priority, please. um, I mean, I think it's really funny when I do an angel read reading and the message is don't be afraid because like I feel like there's a lot of work that you're doing right now in confronting your fear, right? But like, and I gotta stress, it's very much similar to what we were articulating before, which is again, everything, everything within us is a gift. And when we confront things that are challenging to us with a sense of compassion for ourselves, um, that's where we find the ability to expand and grow. Don't get triggered right now. Lead forth with compassion. You know, don't don't make an example. Set the example, and the guides see you doing that. And again, they keep on saying if you're doing that work, it never goes unnoticed. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with this eight of cups and its reversal. I just see some kind of circumstance or situation wherein um, like I feel like a lot of this is I keep on hearing honoring your feelings um, is processing your grief, right? Honoring our feelings isn't dwelling in what can't be, but appreciating the reasons why. I feel like it's almost like that space of having to identify something that you had to walk away from that you didn't really want to, but that you knew that you had to. And that's why the guides kind of say, like, if that was hard, it was the right decision. Continue to move forward. Clarification comes in moving forward, right? Especially if there's something that you're moving away from, and the further you get from it, the worse it looks. Like, let that serve as your affirmation. All right. Jenny, does Tom want to bring the connection together? Can I have one card, please, in relationality to that? I mean, yes, but again, I think that the thing that, like, I keep on hearing a healthy connection does not require you to disassociate moving closer towards it. you know like this has nothing to do this is nothing like make sure that you have the same manifestation goals as they do. Like, make sure you're having a lot of conversations and relationality to what it is that you're hoping to have with someone, because I definitely see that there's a desire to build into proximity, but I already know what this bottom of the deck is. Yeah, make sure you guys want the same things before you move closer towards one another, because I keep on seeing, like, there may be a disparity point between what. Don't assume you guys want the same things. Make sure that you're talking about what that is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and thank you so much for being a subscriber. Hold on a moment. um, Bridget, I got you, dear, and we're pulling two cards for you. Thank you for those gifts during the live. I'm not going to respond to the X. Can you pull on it if they leave me alone or, God forbid, pop up? I'll draw some cards on it. Two cards, please, on that situation. I mean, the thing about it is, and I keep on seeing, like, the thing that's so painful about it, and I need to point out, remember, this was bottom of the deck. It's how they went about it. Like, that's what I keep on seeing. Like, again, we talk about the fact that, um, and it's funny, like, what do we talk about a healthy apology, right? What is a healthy apology? is twofold. It's taking accountability and bringing forth a plan. And what's interesting about this is like it's a half apology, right? It's someone who's trying to bring a plan to you, right? They're like, this is what I want from you. They're clearly trying to say, I want to get back together with you. But they're then saying, but it wasn't my fault, right? That's not an apology. Like they're like, it's not like the guides are basically like, it's a half-baked apology. It's an apology. It's not an apology. It's someone trying to like shape how you see something so that they don't have to apologize for it. Like they could have, I keep on hearing the guides, like the thing that's painful about it is, especially with the foresight that they gave you in the dream yesterday, this was an opportunity for them to heal, and they kind of blew it. Like all they had to do was say, I made the wrong choice. Like they could have articulated and said, I made the wrong choice. But instead of saying that, they said it was their fault. They made me. I didn't have any authority in it. And they're saying that's what was like, that's like you just saw what they were saying to them in reversal, you know? Like instead of I keep on hearing, instead of apologizing, they showed you their hand. Instead of apologizing, you just got insight on what they were doing. You were on the other side of that previously. So bottom of the deck, I mean, it feels like, it feels like a type of energy that may, I keep on hearing, you know, this is, I keep on hearing the term like, you know, no thank you is like no thank you is a powerful prayer. You know what I mean? Like saying like you just saying like like not don't get your hands dirty on it. There's something about you potentially just saying like, you know, like just like full stop energy, like coming into that space of just like not like, you know, asking for anything, but like it feels to me like I wouldn't be surprised if an energy like someone like this doesn't, you know, like might not take like a polite no. So just keep on like honor your no is what I keep on hearing. Like, have that moment say like, you know, like as like it may have to like, you may have to say it once and then repeat yourself a few times. Thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And thank you for being a subscriber. One card on love right now for Ruby. One card on Rub. One card on for Ruby, please. Highest party messages from Spirit. And I mean, again, I feel like there's something about following your bliss right now, doing something that, um, like, like I keep on. It's funny. Like the guides are actually saying to a certain extent, you deserve a little treat. Like I think it's interesting. I'm like, it's like bliss is great, but also like, you can treat yourself. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be all work all the time. Like, doing something just for the self is also nice as well, right? Um, yeah, because again, like following your bliss feels good is good. So something that moves you in a direction that is good for you, but also feels like it honors the self in the process. I feel like this is you like taking up a new hobby or finding some kind of place to channel energy right now that feels like it feels like a channel of creativity is what I keep on hearing, you know? Like there's something about giving yourself the opportunity to explore that. You're so welcome, Melly. Hi there, Amber. You're welcome, Empy. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Love you all so much. Sending love to you as well. Thank you, Nikki. And again, sending so much support to you and your partner. I will really appreciate if you check about my life. Young, we're doing one card readings for subscribers right now. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card on you for you. And temporary, thank you for the follow. Can I please have one card on navigating my relationship with my mother-in-law? I've got you, Amber. Highest party messages from Spirit, please. Um, it's not, you know, it's remembering the compassion. It is not selfish to hold standards. As long as you're asking for something that you would ask for another person, that's not selfish, right? The compassion that you give to others includes yourself. And again, if someone is coming towards you in an adversarial way, you can be respectful about it, but you don't have to necessarily tolerate. Like you don't have to be in a space of constantly tolerating it. Like don't make an example, be the example, but also feel the ability to kind of um I keep on seeing don't like, you know, like I keep on hearing you can I keep on hearing something like you can turn the other cheek great and gracefully walk away. Yeah, like that's what I usually hear. You can turn you can that's what's interesting about it. They're saying you can turn the other cheek and gracefully walk away. And it's in that moment that again, it's like that's why they're saying you can turn the other cheek and gracefully walk away, which means you can, you don't have to you can navigate something, but you don't have to stick around for it, right? Like you don't have to react to it, but you don't have to put up with it, is what I keep on hearing. So again, you can turn the other cheek and also gracefully walk away. Lyle, did these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. You just have to hit that subscribe button. One card for Alexandra on work and career, please. Be patient, you know? Like there's something here that's requiring some patience. Um, Small victories right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like don't be reactive right now to something that's occurring. Think about the long term, right? Build that. If something's happening right now that you don't like build that exit strategy, build that plan, but don't be reactive to it. Okay, like I keep wondering, let the plan be the reaction. One card, please. Hold on a minute. Just catching back up. All right, Anne. One card, please. Highest party messages is from Spirit for Anne. Um, don't get frustrated. Get focused. Don't lash out. Lock in right now. Right. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's very much the same message right now, which is again, don't like be the energetic standard, right? Like you can communicate how you feel, but don't if but don't react to someone like, again, it feels like someone like, you know, like if someone it's like if someone gives like unsolicited advice, you know, like I don't know what that means. Like, don't be triggered by it. Be like, like I keep on hearing like someone being like, again, I keep on that's what I'm hearing. It's not rude to just be nice. Right. Someone being like, I'm just trying to be nice, being like, it's not about being nice. It's about being self-aware. Right. And so again, if someone's just trying to be nice, make them aware that niceness isn't courtesy. Respecting how it makes how others may receive it is courtesy. Thank you. You're so welcome, Ava. Mai, thank you for the follow. Again, like don't it's like just like again, they're saying hold your no is what I keep on seeing. Rainbow, one card in connection with daughter, absolutely. Highest party messages from spirit, please. Um, remember, trauma is never created if there's explanations for things, right? Helping someone with I keep on seeing like helping someone with critical thinking is the highest gift we give because it helps them recognize that, because I told you does not cut the mustard, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like I keep on hearing it's like helping someone recognize the difference between like thinking like I keep on hearing thinking for themselves in ways that feels energetically productive but also like if even in a places where they don't agree with you, being able to explain your reasons to help them understand your logic. A card for Bella, angel led regarding tomorrow, please. It's I feel like it's vulnerable, but it feels like it's going to be positive because it feels like I see something where you're honestly expressing, like just I keep on hearing, be yourself. If someone doesn't like you in the context of being yourself, that's not for you. Yeah, yeah. Being yourself is spiritual protection. Remember, rejection is an illusion, right? Like rejection's an illusion. If something is in alignment to us and they don't like us in our authenticity, that's not for us. I do not like surprises. That's definitely why my higher self gave me the heads up. I see that. I mean, it's incredible, Bridget. I'm still reeling from it. Grace, one card highest, please. I feel like it's time to start something back up again, something that you may have put aside for a while. Go back into your notes, is what I'm saying. Yeah, one from the archives. I keep hearing. Like, it's feeling very Scorpio. Hi there, Ella. Whoop, we got a couple cards coming out. Second, one card around move to location, physical move. Yeah, go for it. I feel like you want to be closer to energy that you're in alignment to. This feels like a friend move or trying to move closer to a friend group. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of overcoming some feelings of isolation, you know? I feel like you needed some time to yourself and now you know yourself better. Per texting, apologies, not only in dream space anymore. Uh, oh yeah, you missed the whole thing, Per. It was like a whole thing. Chrissy, one card regarding connection. Um, yeah, it's saying to me, I see someone missing you. Yeah, and I feel like I feel like there's something where they didn't realize the depth of feeling that they had for you, you know? Like this is saying this is giving me a lot of what have I done kind of energy. One card. Oh, Bridget, yeah, one card on new love. I see them. They're like they're off the market, which means they're like waiting for you to find them. Addie, one card for Addie, please. Um, yeah, man. Like, don't be lucky. Be determined is what I keep on hearing. Determination, persistence pays off. Yeah, keep on doing that work. Be consistent right now. Got to go wash away that ick. That's what I owe. Just walk away affects me. Thank you. You're so welcome. That requires a date. Notebooks everywhere. All right, my friends. Final call right now for any subscribers who have not had a card pulled. I want to thank you. Thank you so much for that cake, dear. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you just became a subscriber today, welcome. You can head over to our Discord channel that is for subscribers to introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount on the Tarot Church class program. If you'd like to join that over on the Substack. Ruby, don't get lost. Don't focus on lack right now. I want you writing down a lot of what you're trying to manifest in love. This is saying to me it's incubation energy. Write down those aspirations to bring them into reality. Yeah. And it's going to help you see what isn't that. So a double benefit there. All right, one card for Addie on love. Didn't I just roll one for you, Addie? Yeah, don't focus on what's not working. Focus on what is. Stay productive right now. Don't get frustrated. This is good energy to lock in on. Yeah, especially in the realm of communication. Don't get caught in arguments that aren't going anywhere, right? No problem, dear. All right, my friends, we will be back on tomorrow. Gia, one card for Gia, please. Highest priority. Find a space to be able to release some grief right now. It's okay to honor how you feel as long as you bring a prescription to how you're feeling in those conversations. Yes, remember, our emotions are not burdens so long as we bring our own prescription to them. And the only burden that is another's responsibility to heal from within us is confusion, because we can always create clarity in the space of another's confusion. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at 11 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I go live, simply head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to My followers, old and new, thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I couldn't do this without you. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have an absolutely beautiful day, everyone, and take care.